好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是深圳 NIP 的中单选手 Care， 欢迎 Care 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NIP 的中单选手 Care。
那在NIP 这个赛段的表现来说，其实有屡次战胜过积分榜排在前列的一些队伍。你会觉得这主要得益于队伍在哪个维度的重要的表现？
我觉得就是战胜这些强队的关键是，首先第一点是我们 BP 做的，让我们选手本身就是很舒服吧。其次就是大家也都很愿意去牺牲，去配合，我和卓哥的一些角色吧。
那今天的对手 IG，在上一轮跟他们的交手的时候，其实是这个结果有点可惜。那今天要再次遇上他们，你有什么想说的吗？
我觉得上次的话，是我们本身出现了太多的问题吧，然后就不管是一些决策，然后一些操作也好，就出现比较重大的失误。然后这次的话，其实只需要做好我们该做的就行了。
那也期待今天深圳 NIP 的精彩表现。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 IG 的下路选手佳琪，欢迎佳琪来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 的 AD 佳琪。
那这个第二赛段打到现在，佳琪目前已经是使用了10个不同的英雄。这个版本其实在场上能拿出来的下路的英雄还是蛮多的，所以佳琪你会怎么看下路在这个版本的特点和意义？
这个版本的话，我觉得下路是一个就是抢线权去进攻的一个下路吧，就是。
那今天要再次交手 NIP 了，在上一场你跟他们的对决当中，决胜局你是有着比较亮眼的表现的。今天会怎么看跟他们在下路的一个碰撞和再次的对决？
就我看最近 NIP 下路打的有点来劲吧，就是今天好好发育一下就行了。
也期待今天 IG 战队的精彩表现。
Welcome in everyone to another day of LPL. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. I'm going to just up the volume very quickly here so don't get surprised by that. Yeah. Right, I'm going to be solo casting the first series because I'm feeling a little bit off in the second series. We shall be deciding who casts that one. Okay, right, back in a minute folks. I've just got to go myself a coffee and I'll get set back out for our first series of the day, IP vs IG.
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方2维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然站吧！傲风 G7 LPL 官方指定电竞椅，想赢做傲风。
Welcome to Shanghai, everyone. Sorry, to Shenzhen. My bad. Misread the stage there. NIP first out versus Invictus Gaming today. NIP, well, they've been on okay form, haven't they? Beating anyone's legend, even though they got destroyed by them in the first round robin. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to another day of LPL action. So the Ninjas out onto stage. I think they're exciting. I think that they're aggressive. I think they're fun. Most importantly. Invictus Gaming on the other side. They've been struggling. Nia, mid laner, has not been the answer for them. Despite Renard's failings, the replacement for him has not really been able to right the ship. They've had issues in mid and late game besides that. Fist bump at the end. That's a bit of a mental check. Doing like a whole row of hand waves. Mako was pretty on it though. What do you mean, like, reacted to that out of the corner of his eye? Job there, Mako.
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第5周第4日第1场比赛，深圳 NIP 对阵 IG 即将开始。LPL 无畏性巅峰。
Well, good to have everyone here. NIP, one of our most exciting teams. Honestly, I've been enjoying watching them. I've been enjoying watching them a lot. I thought I'd come say good morning to you all, good afternoon, good evening, depends where you're at. Yeah, I'll let me zoom this in. Hello, everyone. I'm gonna shave. Gosh, yeah, I really got it actually. Well, make sure that the camera is tilting the right way, and that'll work. Okay, right. Suppose we'll get closer to our drafts. So NIP did just beat anyone's legend after having a bit of a downturn in form. They got, they got a big victory in the first round robin over BLG. But then last week they lost to JDG and they got 2-1'd by BLG, so they took a game but they couldn't take the series. They all did all of IG fist bump that person at the end. I think it's because they saw Mako do it first on the reaction check, and then all the rest of them were like, oh, we got to do that. I'm just saying, not all of them were as clean as Mako though. But then of course NIP bounced back from those losses against JDG and BLG with a win versus anyone's legend. They have 2 series back to back now. They have one versus IG and they have one versus Weibo tomorrow. And if they win both of them, they're at a very respectable 7-5. A very respectable 7-5. Well, currently, they're 2 wins behind the kind of the leading pack. And I think NIP, so much of their gameplay does come down to, what's happening with their jungle matchup in the early jungle. You'll be at this match as well. Well, Gio, if you're there, let us know how the atmosphere is. I love Shenzhen's atmosphere from the crowd mics that we get. Seems like a very cool venue to go see things. I love how it's presented on venue anyway. Hey, Gio. God Guon indeed. God Guon is definitely one of my favorite players to watch. IG on the other side, so many great players there too. I think that Jachi and Mako are a good bot lane. I think that Wei is definitely a jungler you have to respect, but they've not been finding easy success recently. As we've been saying, Nia has been not the answer, sadly, for him. We're into that draft. Seraphine is away, so no Ash Seraphine. We still have Rise. We still have the Yunara Lulu. We have Karma. We have Bard, even though the Ezreal is gone. Because the Ezreal's gone, Karma and Bard lose a bit of value, but it's not like they're bad champions. They're very good champions, though. The last ban of the Varus. So that's 4 quote-unquote bot lane bans, because the Seraphine is very important to the bot lane picks too. Rumble gone as well. So what are your safe blind picks? Well, the Orianna. Oh gosh, yeah, of course. I just assumed that that's just a permaban. I forget that makes it through every so often. So Care goes for that. So what's Nia gonna do now? They just gave over the strongest mid lane on the patch. So what do you do? Well, I suppose you don't have phase rush for Orianna anymore, but she's still strong. Still very happy to go Aerie, Deathfire Touch, Comet. Storm Raid is actually not bad on her of all people, actually. Hey, thank you so much, Rumen. Nocturne on the other side. Now, the reason why this is important is because we know that jungle matchup is so determined by the level 1. So the Nocturne being up and available, it actually backtracking. For the first pick, NIP made a very important choice of mid lane dominance or jungle dominance, because very little beats Nocturne very early on. Guon might now have to resort to Vi and just lose the early matchup and come back later into the game with creative picks. Wait, there was a Halo Blade support Skarner and LCK? What? Huh? Okay, right. Karma locked in for IG. So very tier listy right now. So you're looking for a winning bot lane for IG and a winning jungle matchup. There's been a very solid way to win in LPL. You push in bot lane, you roam to the first kind of jungle path, and you snowball the game from there. As we said, the Vi might be resorted to by Guon saying, right, you're not going to win the level 1, level 2, but you can cross over walls with your Q, so you can go, red buff, go over the back of Dragon Pit, and then, or Baron Pit, depends which side of the map you're on, go over to the other side of the map. You can struggle versus the Nocturne early on, very much so. If Wei correctly scouts what Guon is doing, it's a very bad time for NIP here. Mel Skarner into Ashe Seraphine. What? I'm gonna have to watch that game back. Hey Booger, by the way, over in Anivia's chat. I hope you're doing well over there on Anivia. Sion locked in for NIP, so Hoya has himself one of his better champions there. It kind of nullifies the matchup a little. Breathe is was a very good ambassador. He's been struggling for results here and there on the champion, though. It won the lane. Okay, I guess we need to be aware of Mel Skarner now. Breathe not being given ambassador. They choose to go for the Akali. Now, Nia had an okay Akali game in his first series. And players like Karis really like the Akali into Orianna. But it's not as easy as that, is it? It's not as easy as that. You can very much lose that. And then you've got the double dive of the Nocturne Akali. And it is worth noting that if you go Akali into Orianna, you're expecting the Rod of Ages from the Orianna at that point to stop yourself getting one shot. Bans coming through now. No bot lane for NIP, so they're likely going to lose Yunara or Lulu now. Can you tell I need my coffee? Ambassador away from Breathe, one of the better matchups into the Rumble. Could ban away the Yorick. Jace is a little hard to play into the Sion. Even the Vayne can be quite hard to play into the Sion because his ult goes unstoppable. If he ever tags you, you die. I don't think you want to play Vayne into the Vi anyway. IG... They ban away the Yunara, so I wondered if it was going to be the Lulu, but the Yunara instead. So what does the Summon Draw have in terms of lane dominant bot lanes? Karma just kind of fixes it yourself. You could go to something like, you could go to a secondary Milio lane like Civ Emilio. You could go for Misfortune Nautilus or Misfortune Nico. That wouldn't work too badly. Gnar banned away from Breathe. Yeah, that makes sense. Breathe's Ambassador and Gnar, his two best champions, banned away. And they're both very good in Sion, so... Well, I mean, the Ambassador's fine in Sion. The Gnar is very good in Sion, though. So IG, do they lock away one of the last 80 carries for Jachi now? To deny something from a Summon Draw, or do they just counterpick? The Gwen for Breathe. There we go. Last pick 80 carry. I was wondering if there's anything big they could deny from a Summon Draw, but they'll wait a little longer. Jin's still available. So what do they go with that? Jin Nautilus, maybe? Jin Bard. Right, yeah, of course Bard's still available. My bad. So Jin Bard versus the Karma X. Could be a Sivir now at this point, actually. You can play the mind game against the Vi Orianna combo, because Vi Orianna, if it flies at you, I mean, you can just get blasted, right? And that Sivir will give you a very important spell shield there. Very important spell shield. So that's your full draft. So the Sivir's helping the top side dive in with her ultimate. I'm really afraid for this mid lane matchup. I think that Nier on the Akali has to overperform him. Gonna go into a quick ad break so we don't have to have ads during the game. Let's get into it. So we have Jhin Bard, powerful kind of initiation duo. The Gwen's quite strong on the side lane. You're playing around semi-global from Nocturne and the extended engage range from Sion and Vi. Quite an even draft besides that mid lane matchup, which I'm quite worried about. Besides that, I mean, it's about your mid-game macro, really. I think so much of it's on mid-game macro. In terms of level 1, the Vi needs to avoid the Nocturne. Fingers crossed the Way doesn't ult the Jhin. You know, apparently he could have cancelled that ultimate with Flash. And he just didn't press his Flash button. So, that's some bad gameplay knowledge there from Climber. Not that anyone's ever had to do that, really, in Pro for a while. Anyway, good morning, Mecha, Duo, Katari, Boss around, Ryman, Duo. Anyone else in chat? That's and Geo as well. Neilcat. Come in, everyone, and we hope that you're having a fun time. Let's get ourselves into LPL, hear the Geos, and get into game 1. I like the Shenzhen acoustics. Way walking in for the level 1 on Raptors. Kez walking over, as is Breed. Breed's dealing with Hoya. But I don't think Guon actually... I don't think that Way wants this if the Orianna's hitting him. Now, what does Way do now? Gets the double Q. Breed's here. Has the Q. Starts to stack it again. Silent Q goes wide. Orianna's had to go back to lane. And Orianna is the best level 1 champion out of the ones here because of the Clockwork wind-up. Because Orianna has to go back to lane, NIP can't defend their Raptors. It is a good invade. The Nocturne gets value. This is the power of the Nocturne. Now, I know in other places in the world, you think, oh, but you have to pick Nocturne for the combo. Well, ish. In LPL, you can just pick it for the level 1 lane dominance. Now, Way's going to go Raptors to Raptors. Hits the Q onto Care for a little bit of poke. Bot lane, Assume and Draw. Doing fine here, though. Assume and Draw, so often when we think about NIP, are the first names that you think of, because they've had such a good level of 2v2. Hey, John, how's it going? I'm Pintiless. Good to see everyone. NIP is such an unpredictable team. They're a very aggressive, creative team. Vi's going to skirt around. Vision very nearly on the Q flash there from Draw. Makeup looking for the roots. Manages to get that. Another Q on target. Level 1 from Jachis can't fire back appropriately. Summoner's blown. Even-ish in terms of XP. Feels like this game is actually quite big for both teams. Yeah, if NIP end up winning their 2 series this week, they end up going 7-5, which is genuinely a very good result for them. I think it's beyond what I would have put for them. Even if they go like completely even in series, 7-7 across the 14 splits. Gosh, he's got no barrier there actually. It was a little bit of danger. Yeah, IG are a team that found a lot of success in the opening 2 weeks of the split and then have struggled since. IG, after this series, will be playing... actually, they're going to be playing in their new arena. They have an arena in being built in Shanghai, or rather, they've acquired one, right? It was a studio that was set up for Huya Broadcasting in Shanghai. I believe it was actually set up for some Blizzard project, but then there was, you know, the company split of like NetEase and Blizzard. So it's ended up being kept around. It was a very big personal investment from the IG investors, effectively. It's from the IG owner. But now they have themselves an IG arena. They'll be debuting that in week 7. Way's walking over for a red buff steal, potentially. Contesting is very hard. And this is what you do with the Nocturne. You just walk at enemy camps. And people don't have a fun time of it. Now he's looking for the smite fight. Guon, does he stick for it? Oh, he doesn't get it. Oh, and now Guon's just queued in to lose a red buff. That is probably flash blown. Does he manage to stick around to his Q being back up? I'm actually not sure about this one. He flashes late. I mean, Guon gets the Q on target. Wei might die for this, but Guon just flipped the entire early game for a red buff smite, which he missed. I mean, that's Guon for you. Incredible player when he's ahead. Like I said, it's very entertaining watching Guon, whether he wins or loses, because he will just do stuff like this. Oh, God. That is funny as hell. Guon may have just flipped the entire game off of a red buff. He probably should have just left. Why did he flash so late? That's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question. Why did he flash so late? So he gets hit by the Nocturne Q, goes down lower and lower, tries to go forwards for the Q on target, but Wade very intelligently stands in front of the red buff so the Q can't connect. So he gets hit by the Q too, but realizes, I don't care. Got red buff, got Fear Tether. Stacks up the lethal tempo. Oh, sorry, the Conqueror here. And Guon, I mean, just flash early, no? Suppose Wei would have flashed to follow. No wall stun lands on. So when I can't believe that he lives for that, man. But Wei gets he's double the CS of Guon. No, he's got himself, 10 camps. Guon's only just got his 6th. Guon, interesting player, folks. I understand why you might frustrate the heck out of some people. Because of how inconsistent he sometimes is. Mako landing the route to turn around what was a pretty good trade from Suman Dwarf. Near's coming down, has the level 6. He's forcing them to pay respect. They'll tunnel out. Sometimes it's worth doing that, by the way, just roaming bot lane as a mid laner when you have a break in waves, just to allow the other, your bot lane to have a little bit more pseudo pressure, right? Near's doing fine in mid lane here versus Cam. What has Guon got to do on the map? He's got a call field. Doesn't have. Wait, he didn't even go for the HP components of Tunneler. He's going for call fields, which gives you slightly faster farming, right? Because of the cooldown reduction. No HP on it though. Guon clearing through his Krugs to go to his Raptors. He's kind of off the board for a bit now though. Like, Guon's not in a happy spot. Roaming around the map. Tried to save his jungler the last time. Couldn't manage to get there in time. Raptors respawn being contested over. Wei is very close to having his level 6 off of these stolen camps too. Guon doesn't have flash reminder. Loses a third of the HP from just some random skill shots. Cap. He does have shockwave. Might actually be a case where you shockwave into it. That was actually a potential 3-man. Gets the 2-man after. But the shockwave doesn't really feel like it's done that much because the camp's already gone. Hoyo was roaming down for a bit. See that NIP, so kind of dependent on how Guon is doing. Mako, queued out of fucking war. He just dies. Nia flies in. They've got the magical journey. How much extra damage have they got? Not that much. So Nia flies in, gets some damage in, but not a crazy amount. Nia get a decent trade onto Cap. Means that his ultimate isn't for nothing. Ult for nothing, and your kicks for free. So I hear. It's Roa Orianna. Okay, so the reason it's Roa Orianna is because if you go into a Nocturne Akali, you're going to die on cooldown. If you go for Blackfire Torch or Seraphs, you do just die. I saw, like, I understand it. Look, Roa Orianna, it is bad when you're playing for an aggressive combination, but more importantly, you need to actually live in your individual matchup. I mean, if you remember Worlds play-ins last year, Faker versus Rookie, Rookie actually played very well versus Faker on the Orianna Akali matchup, and he still got solo kill. It's really hard to play that matchup in side lanes. At least this NIP roster is fun to watch. They're very fun to watch. They're very fun to watch. I like this NIP roster. They're fun. Are they a top team? No, not truly, but can they beat them? Yeah, they can. They remind me a little bit of, well, maybe not in draft, but they remind me a little bit of, OMG 23, of that kind of upstart team that has a good upper ceiling and can take games off of some traditionally very good rosters. Shockwave back and available for Care. Game is still just being ran by Wei. Guon puts the ward over the wall. Could potentially walk up and smite, but is afraid of Nia. Nia's had a good hover there. Nia, far. Forever a Kaliar. See if he jumps in for that ultimate. That's off cooldown. Nope, it's going to be 2 for 1 in the grubs. Guon manages to secure the last one. Anything else to really track for the slight lane swap is assuming draw did move up for a potential grubs plane. So it's basically what we see with lane swaps before role quests get brought into the game is, hang on a second, just care. Damn, good damage onto him from random damage from Mako and Nia. Yeah, what we've been seeing with lane swaps in this early in the game, hang on, there's the Sion coming across the side of it. Mako blocks it, gets the shockwave onto the Karma. He's got flash and heal. That's not really the target they want. That's actually pretty close to a kill angle for Nia there. Ult's out. Anyway, as I was saying, the thing with lane swaps is you do it for about a wave nowadays, because you can't afford to have an extended stay on the other side of the map. You do it for a wave when the resets make sense and someone can kind of cover a wave, just like, you know, cover a shift, basically. And so you end up pushing one wave from each side of the map, you recoil, and you go back to your regular lanes. Whereas the NIP that smashed AL, this is them. This is them. NIP are just sometimes like this. They're an inconsistent, unpredictable, aggressive team. This is just sometimes how they play. Thank you so much for the stream streak, by the way, Monsters. I appreciate you. 30 stream streak. Appreciate the regulars in chat. Always makes my day seeing you around. And even if you're new in chat too, maybe you could be one of the regulars. Think about like dropping a like, follow, subscribe. It does make a difference. You know, Sam and I, we live off of this channel. And if you've been enjoying yourselves here, think about joining us for a longer period of time. Dragon started by IG. I mean, Wei hasn't been able to keep up his insane lead versus Guon, but it's still not bad. 3 camps or so to the advantage, as Guon is now catching up in bits and pieces. You can see that NIP have not had the easiest time getting onto the board, basically. And we did say, you know, the Nocturne takeaway was big for IG. Guon probably has to go to Divine. He'll try and come back with mid-game plays. But getting to the point now where, you know, as he gets the first item, which is, well, that's going to be a little while off. 500 gold behind in the early game's not nice, really. But once he gets to that, that NIP can start making some big inroads, you think. And IG have had issues in mid-game. You know, IG, for all the changes that they've had, you know, the roster of last year is, well, obviously it's not here right now, right? No. Gala left for JDG. The Shy took a break. Hang on, Breed just... What is that teleport? Teleports under turret, manages to stop the recall from the Sion. He's had 700 gold. Sorry, that's just so funny. I have to stop my point about IG. You know, they had a super team last year. Rookie, of course, was playing in Split 1, not playing in Split 2. We'll see what happens. Mako came back for Split 2, but IG, they've not been without results all entirely, I suppose. It's not been particularly good for them. You know, Split 1, they just about scraped into Ascend, which is actually a little better than I thought they deserved, actually, from Split 1. They were really struggling. Farmalan from Sion. But yeah, no, IG... You know, hang on. Potential jump over the wall here from the Vi. Oh, misses the Q, goes forwards. Here comes the Nocturne in response. They one-shot Makeup. Had no flash. Couldn't escape that one. The Bardol is not going to save Guon. Ult over. Nia gets himself his mid lane quest. And actually, the rookie mid laner from IG is actually getting some decent value. Flashes over the Bard. Q, Nia, all right. We're feeling it. Double kill to him and making a triple. Can he get the Quadra? Very close. Can't finish off the last of the 4 kills. The Akali pops off. Just saying that IG, you know, it's not the roster which they had really envisaged. The super team is not here anymore. Nia, we said he wasn't the answer. That's a great little play from him. He just flashed over a Bard Q to secure himself 2 extra kills. Incredible little mechanical outplay from the young mid laner of IG. You know, initially Mako gets exploded. The shockwave actually hits onto Wei as well. But watch how Nia plays this. Doesn't get hit in the Bard ult. Realizes he can just ult over instead of using his E. Gets double Qs onto Care. And then watch this. Flashes the Bard Q, gets a 3-man Q after. Jachi keeps auto-attacking, and Nia ends up getting the last Q on target. Can't quite get himself the last Q onto Ked. That is a great play from Nia. For a player who's been struggling so much, for those of you who haven't been following the journey, Rookie took a step back the split. We don't know what's going to happen with him. Renard came in. He was the player who won Demacia Cup with IG. Yes, IG actually won a tournament this year. It was the off-season one, but they won it. But Renard really struggled midway through the split. So they've replaced him now with Nia. who is a... Hang on a second, might get jumped on in the side lane. He does have full proto belt. He's really strong despite being half HP. This is the E there. But, you know, Nia hasn't been excellent. This is, however, an excellent start to the game for him. Imagine what a confidence builder it would be for him to, you know, have a game like this on the Akali. Wei has the ult back up and available. See if Nia can twin off of that again. Now, we did say that, you know, IG might have some issues following the dive with stuff like the Karma. Guon's in a very exciting angle here going on to Jat. She manages to get the smite onto the spell shield. Shockwave. Sorry, no, there was a spell shield used onto the Shockwave's not going to save Jatchi, though. The Bardol is used to... Well, I mean, Kaz being kept alive with that for a moment. Not enough, though. Nia has the ultimate. It's currently a 1-for-1 AD carry for mid lane. Care goes down, as does Jatchi. 3,000 gold lead for IG off of that mid lane play. 4 kills for the Akali now. He's got 8 Dark Seal stacks, and this is the kind of game I can see a Medjai's being built in. No, mate, no doubt about that. This is a snowballed Akali. Can absolutely start taking off now. No chicken Jatchi, true. Yep, no Corky chicken skin. No Swain bot lane for the King of Chicken. Well, that's a very overextended Gwen. Hasn't got involved in the game. That's a very strong Gwen, though. Very nearly killing. Draw has the Q, manages to get one back despite the 1v3. Breathers has been left alone here on the island. Nia, does he have a way to escape the combo? No, there's no real cooldowns available. Flies back in, even knowing there's no cooldowns there. Gives over a shutdown, though. That's a mistake. Gets a lot of gold back. Care gets a big amount of gold from that. I think Nia should have just left that alone. Mako gonna have a shield up soon for Wei, and it'll get him out to safety. Mid lane, Assume, firing the shots onto Jatchi. First and second miss. Third one hits. Fourth shots. Barely wide. Jatchi lives. I think that's a mistake by Nia to give that shutdown. Is 5 kills deep on the Akali. He's strong as hell, but he loses his Dark Seal stacks. He didn't have to take that E. No, Breed goes for the 1v3 here because he has no choice, really. Gets a great amount of damage on drop. Gets most of the needles on target. Everyone else flies in. Q from Sion is good. Now, let's see if he could have escaped this. There's no combo available. Just don't fly back in. Don't fly back in. It's good Qs from Hoya. You would save your Dark Seal stacks. You'd not give the shutdown over. Just don't give the kill. Yeah, Care, the reason he's even in gold is because he gets the shutdown and he still has 3 kills himself. The gold lead from IG is, you know, dwindled a little bit from that. Nia is still strong. He shouldn't have given over those Dark Seal stacks. I think that people who build Dark Seal need to remember that you do actually need to, you know, conserve your life pretty well. That's why someone like Knight, Knight is like the apex Dark Seal / Medjai's builder, right? Because he not only gets involved in a lot of kills, but he also stays alive at a huge KDA while he's doing it. That's why he builds Medjai so much. Nia is single-handedly carrying the game. I think that Wei had a bigger contribution for his early pathing, but now you can see that, I mean, credit to Guon. Guon is now even in gold again, and is actually ahead in XP. It's been a great bounce back from him. We did say that the Vi was looking to do that. He's pulled it off. And now Guon is in a position where he can playmake again. It's on a good track for his second item. Yes, we saw you missed that cannon mini there, Jatchi. We saw that. Orianna is not something you want to let scale either, as good as Akali is. Yes, very true. Very true. It's on his way to Protobelt's second item. Oh, guys, I got to tell you about this arena build I had the other day. Yesterday, I had one of the strongest arena builds I've ever had. And I say this as someone who's played, like, a lot of arena. I had Aurora with Jeweled Gauntlet. I got transmuted Jeweled Gauntlet, so I rolled a random Prismatic in his Jeweled Gauntlet. And then later on, we had Ornn for the Prismatic Shop, and I got Sword of the Divine. So, Sword of the Divine, for those of you that don't know, adds extra random crit damage onto your crits, and Jeweled Gauntlets makes your abilities crit. So... just Sword of the Divine scales up with your crit chance. So I had 170% crit chance, and then I had, you know, Jewel Gauntlet giving me like 180% crit because I maxed that out. So basically, all things said and done, after everything was rolled, I had basically 300% crit damage on Aurora passive, which does max HP. So there was a 10,000 HP Tahm Kench, and he died because my passive was already doing about a third of his HP. Jump in towards the mid lane. Nocturne lands the Q on target. It's not bad. Fear Tether works onto Jhin. Doesn't hit the W on the way back. Summoners out of Assume. Not bad from IG there. Wei just using the ultimate. Good cooldown economy. Who gave Aurora the bazooka? Yeah. I also rolled Dragon Heart as well, so I got like every Dragon Soul by the end of the game. But yes, I one-shot a 10,000 HP Tahm Kench because I was doing a third of his HP in passive damage before flat damage was even calculated. It was very funny. I was just going to hit a couple of buttons. I'm like, but that was not as big a HP bar as I thought. Very fun. Okay, so NIP. I mean, they do have a problem in the bot lane. Jachi has 2 items. This is a Sivir that's going to cause issues. They need to combo the Sivir. And I think my issue for NIP as we go later into the game is the amount of spread damage there is between Breathe and Jachi is going to be a problem. You need to have good damage onto both. Bardol's not going to land there. The Vi ultimate wasn't too far behind it. Draw a bit wide on the Tempered Fate. Oh, it was crazy, dude. It was crazy. I had a Shyvana that was just sat there going full tank like, yeah, I don't really need to do much. IG have some big late game damage. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. You know, the Akali can just kind of clean up where possible. And this is a game where, you know, typically for IG, we'd start seeing issues around this point in the game where you have like mid and late game IG not really knowing how to approach the map, throwing at objectives, losing on the map. NIP on the other side, this is why they get more and more creative. Okay, just hops into the tower to not do very much. Spell shields the W on the way back. Have I ever played Yorick Ivan in Arena? So in set 1 of Arena, Yorick Annie was a huge duo. So I played a bit with that. I actually ended up playing Yorick Zyra with a friend of mine who's a Yorick main. And that was just like everyone just throws a random skill shot and someone dies. Ultimate Revolution on like Annie Ivan and Yorick Ivan. Very funny though, yeah. Yorick is always very strong. There are some points he can never close distance and he dies. It's not always true. His target access can be a bit poor at points. Same problems in League, right? You know, if I play a mage into Yorick, I feel pretty happy. And some assassins one-shot and Breathe misses the cannon there, but well, whatever, happens. Dragon in 30 seconds would be the second one for either team. Neither one's managed to get those 2 early stacks. Assume with a Hex Optics build, not going for the lethality first item. Protobelt not in for care just yet, actually. Went towards the upgraded Motreads, no surprise there. 2 items for Guon, happy for him. Vi around the corner. Pretty scary with that Q, but no Orianna to combo up with at that point. Has the Protobelt now going towards the Void Staff. He hadn't bagged for a while, so he gets himself a lot of itemization there, Cap. And IP's combo's online. Q onto Nocturne doesn't change that much. Sion not in a bad spot, as he said. Hoya, very confident Sion player. He's one of his better champions, one of his better top lane matchups to work with. Breathe, not actually that far ahead now. Was before, less so now. Draw, needs to be a little careful of that amount of HP he has. Assume on the flank, not really in position to put auto attacks down. He's within W and ult range though. Hoya doesn't quite manage to land the E. Needlework thrown out. Where is the paranoia? Goes onto the back line. Where's then the shockwave after? Sorry, no, yeah, where is that shockwave coming through from him? It's not coming through just yet. Nocturne, of course, not there with the combo there. I was just wondering where the shockwave was for disengage. Not needed to be used. Wave kind of flies in. Doesn't really achieve that much. Teleport back in from the Sion. Teleport back in from the Gwen as well. Here comes Guon. Not quite landing the Q. Shorted on that. Boyle walking forwards, looking for the Q. Jachi now in range of him. Not very happy with that. Spell should just about last long enough. Breathe back into the play, and it's a front to back. Who does this favor? Well, there's a shockwave on one side, but you look at the Gwen damage to the front line and the ricochet towards the back. It's been a slow fight, and IG, I think, are getting the better of it, just about. Despite the fact that, hang on a second, the shockwave's good. Managed to catch out Mako as he's roaming back up towards the top of river. Great snap pick from NIP. As IG, the objective fights, they're not going easily for them yet again. Guon on towards Breathe. Can he walk with them? No, without the needlework. Really struggles to get that much value. Spell shield from Wei blocks the Bard ultimate. Last shot from the Jin'el does land onto Wei, but Nia goes into the back of the head of Vi, goes down. Another kill for IG. Despite the fact that it looked like losing Mako would lose them the dragon, they take 2 back. And NIP are the ones who have to back off. Guon very nearly found the snap engage, which I thought would win them the dragon. Not quite so easy, though. Well, there's a snap engage. The Vire Orianna. Well done. Everyone's had a bit of a mixed game then, eh? Sorry, just had to take a quick breather there. The solo casting business, quite hard to yap continually, isn't it? I have a lot of respect for play-by-plays now. I've had to do more of it as a solo caster. Yeah, it's not an easy thing. This was a replay of mid lane here. They had the magical journey. Good positioning there from draw. You do feel as though NIP have the tools for a comeback, but they kind of have to make a comeback now. IG on the other side, remember that... Look, they've not had an easy time of it. I will get hydrated, thank you. Now, IG have been very unsuccessful as it comes to the second half of this split, really. You know, they had their win in week 5 versus Weibo, but that has been... you know, few and far between in terms of the victories that they've had since week 2. Remember that they gave WE their first series win of the split. Weibo almost gave them another one, actually. But IG, this is a team which has hit the bottom, really, in terms of expectations after that early split. Early split was good, and then things just kind of went off the rails for them. Nia dodges out on the Q. He's actually not in a bad spot now. They even look for a Q, then an R2 backwards. Ult down from the Akali. Not level 16 yet for the very short cooldown. Kind of have to play around Akali ult cooldown. Champion's not really very valuable without it. 80% kill participation from Nia, only the 70% from Wei. Now he might have... okay, he has Seekers. Turret's pretty low here. Gets the flash out of him, does Guon. Buys a lot of time though, Nia. They jump on top lane. Oh, doesn't have flash, does have ultimate. We'll try and ult away. Blocked out by the knockdown, and he's dead for that now. They can kill the turret, and then they can kill the Scion afterwards. There you go. One side lane has the flash and the ability to defend themselves. The other side does not have the flash. And dies. NIP get their first turret of the game, actually, in bot lane, outer. And struggling to get those. You know, the permanent wave clear of the Sivir, who's been, you know, very quietly farmed up to a 2,000 gold lead against Assume. No, the bot lane has not been the focus of this, because we haven't had a lot of 2v2 action, right? Actually doesn't even have a farm lead. He's like 10 CS down, but he's 2k up because of, you know, the tower gold he's gotten across the rift. Plate's involved with that too. Assume on the other side has typically been at very large advantages in bot lane this split. Not nearly as easy this game. Sion's not even at 2 items yet. Well, he does now. He is now. You know, the Gwen has been just kind of eking out advantage after advantage now. He got a very large advantage, lost it, came back towards him now. So now he's got a 1.6k gold lead. 2 scaling carries ahead by this margin. And Akali's fed too. He's just kind of equal fed to the Orianna, so it doesn't look like there's a large lead there. But Nia versus anyone else on the team will slaughter them. Maybe not the Scion, because you don't have any percent HP damage with this build. You don't have a Leandries or something. Baron up, Dragon in 50 seconds. So we've got objective fights looming on the horizon. Three items for Assume. Has his Infinity Edge. He's got 75% crit. Assume will actually be doing a significant amount now. Not that I love Jhin into Gwen. No, Gwen can just kind of run at you. Put the W down so you can't W her in return. No, Breathe has had a bit of mixed form recently too. Player who individually I expect more from, especially when he's had games on his Ambessa and his Gnar, his best champions, I would argue. He's not really been delivering on the promise which he's so often given with those kind of champions in the past. For those of you that don't know that, Breathe is such a good individual top laner. Breathe's been on RNG, he's been on Weibo, he's now over on IG. He's been a bit of a journeyman here. or a bit of a mercenary here in the LPL after his days on RNG. Breathe was the top laner that switched with Bin in 2022, when the two of them were kind of bouncing between teams because of RNG's contract shenanigans. Jachi was another RNG alumni, actually. As was Wei. Wei jumping forwards into the mid lane. Very close to killing Asu, who just about lives with the help of Bard's little teacups. Just about lives those healing shrines. Very close, though. Cooldown economy looking good. Again, IG have been doing really well through this jungle role. I think Wei has had a great game. Hey, good Amber. Good morning, Amber. That's what I said. Not if I say good Amber. Good morning, Amber. That's the one. Good to see you. As you can tell, brain's not quite kicked into gear yet. Care pushing out this top lane, wants to get his second turret of the game. Can't quite get it on that wave. We'll need another one. Dragon being taken by IG towards the bottom part of the map. Hoya just going to scout him out. Fighting the top side where the Nocturne's not here. Maker flashing away. That'll be the end of it. Guan does have the shield on them. Breather's on the flank. He's really committed to this. I mean, Nocturne can fly into the play. It's good damage by the Gwen. Hoya's now in somewhere. I mean, he's just teleported into absolute disaster. Could he try and, I don't know, ult out of the play backwards? No, he's going to ult into the enemy base. He's going to do a bit of a bouncy impression. A bit of a the shy. We'll go from top to bottom. He's tanky enough to walk through the towers. Nocturne could technically run at him. What does he do now? He's going to get spotted by the vision cone. Do they walk down towards him? Do they decide he's not worth the time? No, they are going to walk at him. He doesn't have ult. He's got a flash. He'd have to flash over the dragon pit. It's going to get the fear tether onto him. Here come the scaling carries. Hoya will have to flash the dragon pit, presumably. No, they're actually going to go straight for a fight. Here comes the big play from NIP, but they lose so much damage so quickly, and in goes Noct into the play. The extended operation to try and save the Scion will instead lead to 2 more dying. More than that, Chachi gets into the play, keeps running at them, and as soon as he's not even going to be able to take the GA of the Nocturne, they should have just let the Scion go. Just let him go. Assume's gonna die for the cause. NIP lose everyone else, really. The Scion doesn't even live. Care's the only survivor. NIP, they get brought into the chaos. It's not a good play from them. You can see that they're struggling to figure out how to play the game now that Guon is not kind of grabbing it by the scruff of the neck. This team is so reliant on this jungler getting into a healthy position, and he just hasn't been from the start of the game. We've had a snap engage or two. NIP tried to, you know, problem solve their way out of a very difficult scenario near missing that E. Does he kill anyway? No, not quite. If he hits that E, he does kill. Appreciate the attempt. Has the 10-stack Dark Seal there. I think Hoya could have made it out of there, no? Surely Hoya could just make it out of. I don't think you don't have to die for this. Because they managed to see him on the vision plan. But, I mean, Hoya's ultimate could have carried him to safety. He could have flashed over the Akali and then ulted out through top lane. I think he just didn't want to use his flash. And then they think, well, you know, we can use this play onto Jachi as Bard went into the play, very nearly explodes. And they kind of just lose their battle line a little bit. I kind of understand what Draw's going for. They're going for like this creative combo. They just don't have the damage behind it. And Jachi is so damn fed. Top lane turret goes down. Real credit to Jachi, by the way. Very good damage output. In terms of player of the game, it gets quite difficult now. Neo was incredible in the early game from the Akali, but Wei's early jungle pathing is probably the most single important thing to the game. Jachi's late game's been great on the Sivir. Breathe on the Gwen has been an individual threat. Mako's got caught out once or twice. It's probably not Mako, despite the fact that he's had an incredible split. This game's not necessarily been his best showing. IG really need this win, folks. If they win here, they draw level to NIP in terms of series wins. And NIP, if they lose this, they kind of get dragged down as the murk of the mid-table of Ascend. You know, we talked a little bit about the history of these teams. IG, super team from last year. Expectations have diminished with many members taking breaks, stepping back. NIP, this is a band of misfits that have found some great chemistry, but as we see, that chemistry is not 100%. It's not always there. It's not always the easiest thing for them. NIP trying to wave clear desperately against the Baron here, taken up by IG. Breathe going forward for a bit of healing from the Riftmaker in there. When healing. Wait. Forces the magical journey out of draw. Kali has a death cap, by the way. A nice hat. Shockwave flashed away from by Maker. That's a big defensive tool, though, used by NIP. And here goes Nia into the backline. There's a lot of low health members. That is looking pretty scary. Ults out of the play. Goes Golden onto the Vi combo. The Jhin ultimate is not going to be able to finish off the Akali. And that's going to be a dead Guon. Nia escapes the dive. Manages to go in, get the kills, gets out, can recall, can teleport back into the play, assumes W is not going to be on target. The Nexus turrets go down. A recall from the Akali will get back into the play. IG take a win versus NIP, proving that Ascend is still as chaotic as ever. I mean, Guon fell behind. Care had a bit of a poor Orianna game with the shockwaves. Because of that, it's much harder to play the ball delivery against a lot of targets with, you know, the spell shield from Sivir, the Gwen W. Difficult game from Care in some ways, but I think as a whole, we could see what happens when NIP start falling behind in terms of that jungle matchup. They really struggle with that. I'll change the music over. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Alex, and I hope you're enjoying yourself here on the LPL stream. Nia's got a lot of MVP votes over towards him. Can't blame him. Can't blame him, honestly. Good game from a typically struggling mid laner, actually. Yeah, I think it's a lot harder to land the shockwave when Guon isn't finding the creative angles and has been put behind. I may need myself another coffee. That will be, I think that's on the menu, folks. Was that not just a draft diff? There was no damage unless Jhin and Ori was giga ahead. I think when the Vi falls that far behind, you feel very bad. Now, the problem is with that draft, you have to go roll Orianna into the Akali. I don't think they have no damage. I think they do have damage. There's no tank on the other side. It's not like they even have a Skarner jungle. So the damage is less of a factor than you think, in my opinion. I mean, Vi Orianna should be able to one-shot, but I think that the early pathing went so wrong for Wei. You know, particularly dying for that red buff. That was, you know, blowing flash, dying, losing the red buff. That was very, very poor from Guon. I think that if they'd managed to find a way to kind of leverage the fact that Jhin Bard is actually completely fine as bot lane, really, as a bot lane duo, and kind of using that to give some pressure to the Vi to kind of play the early game, then I think this game looks a lot different. Post-game stats. Let's have a look at the damage here. Jesus Christ, Jachi. Yeah, Jachi and Breathe just going to hitting Scion all day long. They'll have big numbers. Damage graphs always look a bit weird when one team has a tank and the other one doesn't. I mean, IG just had so much throughput damage, didn't they? Where you just can like bounce the ricochets off the team, the needlework flies through 3 people odd. I mean, definitely IG had a better draft, I think, all things said and done, despite the fact that the mid lane matchup should have gone better for NIP, but Care did manage to push home the advantage. Alright folks, I gotta put on an ad break, so I'm gonna do that. Hey, Parky, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate you. Last couple of days, sorry about being quite low energy, folks. I think both Sam and I have both been feeling the schedule catch up to us a little bit in the last week or so. I realized that I didn't actually have very restful days off, and I kind of need to use like my Mondays and Tuesdays better for actually like staying, you know, staying alive, you know what I mean? Doing the basics. LPL's tiring? It is. You know, I enjoy my LPL time, folks. I do. And, you know, it makes it very enjoyable to have a community that's kind of along with us for the ride. Oh, thank you so much for the gift sub, Segafax. For the 10 gift bomb. You're a real sweetheart. Appreciate you. Joel, thanks for the follow as well. We're actually almost at 300 subscribers. At 288 right now. It's crazy. Doing the hype thing? I guess we are. I guess we are. Appreciate you all. Yeah, any likes, follows, subscribes, they do make a difference. I need to get on monetizing YouTube. Actually, what I kind of need to... Oh, I don't know. There's a bunch of things I need to do on YouTube. I need to sort out... Oh, wait, that's PYL? Huh? PYL, he's a player, man. Cool stuff. Who did you hit with the gift bomb, though? Hey, you got Pillow in there? Nice. Hey, nice. Cool. Hey, Parky with the 12 gift subs. Yo, what? Hang on, I just realized another gift bomb. Thank you so much, Parky. Morphso got hit by that. Player against the way. His early jungle pathing was crazy. Very, very important. Hey, there's some... You hit some regulars in then. Awesome, cool. Imp PYL smashing Fires' bot lane. Man, yeah. When's the next episode of Shut Up and Scale? We've already recorded it. I believe it's releasing today, actually. Yeah. And I'm chatting to Kira about maybe continuing EuroLeague. I think that... Oh, is it released now? Okay, well, it's out then. Very cool. I actually didn't realize it was actually out. I knew it was releasing sometime, but... yeah. Let me have a look. Oh, I don't think the second episode's out yet. They announced it, but it hasn't been, like, released. Oh, it has released? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, wait, I mean, wait, okay, I don't see it on YouTube, though. Huh? What's happening with that? Wait, hang on, where is it then? Wait, is it live on Spotify or not on... Hang on. So it's live on Spotify, but it's not on... Okay, so it's live on Spotify. Okay, so it is live on... It's live on Spotify. But it's not live on YouTube. Okay, alright. Oh, Pintulus, thank you so much for the gift bomb there as well. What the hell? Guys, you're all so very... You're all very, very generous today. I mean, you're always very generous. Gosh, that's like 30 gift subs in like the last, like, minute and a half. Gosh, you're all very, very kind. Appreciate you all. Who do you hit with that one? Oh, LA Bluetail. That's one of the... I see them in chat a fair amount. Nightstar. Good old friend from the PCS. A lying polar bear. Imagine if they were telling the truth. Nice, cool. Yeah, no, I like the theory of it. Now, I can give you a sneak peek of. Do you want to know a sneak peek of the topic we're choosing for next week, so you can have a bit of a preview for it? So my topic for next week, because I think this is going to go into a real rabbit hole, is there is a ton of misconceptions historically throughout League history, because something changed. You know, community perception got it wrong. So, what piece of community perception would you change and why from League history? So is it something like, you know, remember when Faker lost at 2015 MSI finals? And he was like, oh, he was countered by Morgana. Like, Faker was countered, LeBlanc was countered. And it's actually, no, it wasn't. He was actually really good in that game. That was wrong. Or something like, oh man, Chovy choked this one event. And it's actually like, no, actually, he was very good. Actually, at, say, 24 Worlds, he was actually pretty good. It was 25 Worlds you can argue against, right? There's for me, maybe I'd choose something like Knight's career. Like, oh, Knight was so bad for this period of time. No, I'm very interested to see what they come up with for that. But I decided this one pretty early. Normally I only decide that a couple of days beforehand, but that one immediately I think is just a really good rabbit hole, because I think all three of us on that show have very different paths through the industry, and there's a bunch of perception in a bunch of different ways that I think you could talk about. And so again, like, I don't know which way they're going to take that, but I think that should lead to a very open discussion, hopefully. To be honest, I want to change the perception that the West ever had a chance to be the best, just to show how good G2 actually was. Ooh, hey, Baneblade, thanks. Oh, I did get your message, by the way. What, Thorona 100% will talk about Rookie, as is his right. As is his right. I mean, I'm interested about who Peter Dunn talks about with that. But yeah, but you should get like a, I'm not going to go too in depth into it now, right? But I just wanted to give you a little bit of a sneak peek on that, because there's a lot of ways that conversation can go. I mean, you could talk about even broadcast, right? In terms of, you know, changing the perception about just how important the change from EU LCS to LEC was. You know, LEC stepping out of kind of like the shadow of NA LCS. In terms of broadcast and as a product, because EU was playing second fiddle to NA for so long. Yeah, G2, it kind of stands in a tier of its own from the West, but I mean, there was a point where actually, there were points where, you know, Fnatic were not a bad team, TL and TSM were not bad teams. Best in the world? No, but not bad teams, you know. Do I have enough coffee for the next game? Just about. Yeah, there's a ton of ways that can go. Yeah, I think that people need to really recognize how important, because look, this all kind of folds back into the whole like value of broadcasting as well, where if people don't understand how important the LEC broadcast was to the perception of EU as a region and its importance on the global stage, then you don't really understand why the broadcast is important as a product at all, you know? Like the LEC, I mean, I understand that the LEC is definitely not in a good spot in terms of the environment around it right now, and it feels like that just bleeds into areas where people don't, I don't know, I feel like people need to have a look back and understand how important these parts were in the past to EU. Not that they always have to be now, it's not a hard and true fact, but yeah. Rogue was clearly the best team in Europe. They were for a brief time in 2022, so, you know. Outside of G2 for about 18 months, no Western teams really had a chance. That is an interesting point. Well, if you look at the early days, Wallman, the early days, you can argue that NA had a better product than EU. Because, I mean, NA just had such a big culture around it in terms of the content and the personalities. You know, the CLG TSM C9 trio from like season 4 and 5 were very, very cool. Oh, we got a hype trust. Let's fucking go. Nice. Oh, we got a red card ammo. Nice. Ooh. The koala red card. That's useful. NA also had a bigger budget. Yeah, NA had a much bigger budget, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I mean, NA had some great... I loved watching NA back in the day. I still like watching it now. It's just a very different situation now, right? For all broadcasts. gosh, but there's a whole bunch of different ways you can take this. Should be going back onto stage now. And again, thank you everyone for being so generous. You know, I'm very blessed to have you all as a community. Helps keep us running. So now, IG, game up in the series, Nia had a very good time of it. And look, I have a lot of time for Care, but Care is also a player who has a low floor as well. And this is the kind of game where I don't think that he pushed Nia enough. This is a new mid laner in the LPL. He shouldn't be getting away with letting the Orianna go over to the other side of that. Orianna should be best mid laner on the patch still, even with the phase rush nerfs. Let's do that. You know, and Nia kind of got away with a matchup which would normally, I think, be kind of doom you, I think. Oh my gosh, Mecha with a 50 gift. Oh, you just had to drop the warhead, didn't you? The Mecha bomb is here. So now I know that alert box is going to be going off for a while. So if you catch your name on there, congrats. Who did you catch with this one then? See if we recognize any of them in there. There are some funny names. Oh, Oxton. Right. Wait, you gifted a sub to local Cougars. Local Cougars want to watch LPL with you. Local Cougars want to know the location of your LPL team. Oh, you got Avarice in there? Congrats. Nice, cool. Trespasser. Isolate. There's some... You guys are hitting a lot of the regulars in here. Congrats, nice. Mookie got hit by that. Lunefic. There's some good hits there, good stuff. Nice stuff. Appreciate you all again. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for that. Now up to 369 subscribers. Maybe I should get like a, I don't know, maybe I should get like a tracker or something. I should probably do something with these subs and have like sub goals, you know. Local Cougars want to throw a spear at you? Perhaps, yeah. There are some funny names that turn up in chat sometimes. There are some funny ones. I think we're getting towards that draft now from based on the... I don't know, I thought that music I felt was going to be the draft music. Tell you what, I was watching an interesting anime the other day, which was about basically a modern day pharmacist getting isekai'd. So basically modern Earth medicine in a more archaic society. That was interesting. It was good. Oh yeah. Okay, in fairness, Duo, Mobile Legends Bang Bang English is not actually official account, but there is an account called that which jumps into our channel, which is great. I thought, what the hell, why is MLBB in our channel? Alright, NIPIG Game 2. Rommel band away. We still have Jarvan. We still have Ryze, Pantheon. We still have Ash Seraphine. We have a lot of power picks still up and available, make no mistake about that. Jarvan band away as we're talking about it. Bot lane for NIP and jungle. You gotta feel like those are the focus points. You'll notice that NIP has not chosen first pick. They want counter pick. NIP, if they got 2-0 by IG after beating anyone's legend, I mean, what do you make of this team, you know? We know they're inconsistent, we know that they can be up and down, but this is... That'd be a bit much, wouldn't it? Lee Sin even banned away from Guon. They really don't want to give over a good early jungle matchup. This is looking like a Pantheon first pick angle now. We're looking at like Pantheon Neferi. Pantheon Neferi feel like the two early game skirmishes which make a big difference. In terms of bot lane, I mean, you still got Yunara Lulu, you still got Ash Seraphine. No Lucian Milio. But if you lock in the Ash Seraphine, you probably do give Guon... Well, you might even give them Pantheon Ryze here. How much can bot lane from NIP tank in terms of draft to allow powerful topside champions to be locked in? Do you have to lock a Yunara Lulu now, or a Corki Nami, or a Seraphine? Or can you actually lock in a powerful jungle mid as well? If you lock in the Seraphine, what does that have to go with? You go for the Annie. Okay, so the Care Bear is locked in. Wait, you typoed the cap remote? That's funny as heck. The Lulu now likely alongside the Ashe. The Seraphine splits away from that duo. Assume... Well, typically with the Seraphine, you go for Jhin if the Jhin or Ezreal, and both of them are gone if the Ashe is already off the board. So what else do you go with the Seraphine now? Do you go Misfortune Seraphine? Nymaera Seraphine, I suppose, is okay. You can hit them with the W and get the slope. Oh, you got Pagan as well with the sub as well. Damn. We were talking about the name just the other day. Xin Zhao. Locked in for Wei. Important early game champion. Senna Seraphine. So Senna's back. Okay, now this changes things. Is this going to be a farming Senna or is it going to be a fasting one? This changes a lot. You know, Senna changes the meta a lot when she's around. You know, you have that global. How does the lane work here? Of course, the Senna does land the, you know, the slow with the Q. They added that on after a while. Need me the Swain Seraphine one day? That was a duo a couple of years ago. It just hasn't been there for a while. Is this different patch? Yeah, this is 26.9 Pillow. We actually saw some Zeri the other day. Zeri's starting to see some play again because of the changes to her. Slightly longer range, slightly less bursty. Probably Caitlyn. Yeah, no, the Senna's been good here, Midge. I think so. Hey, good to see him, by the way, Midge. I did. Now, the worry is, Guon is losing a lot of junglers here. Gonna lose the Pantheon. I think you take away the Neferi. You've got enough engage from Seraphine Annie. You can go for a Neferi. I think that IG should either ban that or what. Well, I don't really care about the Skarner as much right now, do you? Xin Zhao's okay into the Skarner. Senna's a top 5. Oh, yeah, because there's, yeah, you're absolutely right. Senna with Black Cleaver, with Deathfire Touch, actually full stacks Cleaver, you're right. The problem is they have a very magic damage heavy team now. But I suppose if you have, it's a lot, there you go, Local Cougars subscribed. What can I say? Funny ass name. Aurora and Victor banned away from Nia. He looked really good on the Victor in the first time he played it. Last ban from IG. I think you had to ban the Neferi. I really like the idea of a Neferi here. Being able to jump in across the map, actually do some really decent damage versus the Xin Zhao. I know the level 1's kind of scary, but I guess you could Trundle as well. Yo, we got a Shyvana? Is that our first LPL Shyvana? I think it is. I can't remember it being played elsewhere. No, NIP were the team to play it, though. For those of you who missed this a couple of years ago, it was OMG in 23, and then when he moved over to NIP beyond that point, Shanji was our Shyvana player. Shanji was our Shyvana player in the top lane. Now, we don't know whether this is jungle or whether it's top lane, but now you're going to have a Shyvana with the rework coming through with a bunch of heals and shields behind it. You have Annie with a shield. You have Seraphine with the shield. You have Senna with the heals and the shield. Renekton locked in for Breathe. I suppose we'll see whether this is top lane or jungle. It can be flexed between them. I'm not actually sure which one is better in terms of pro play. Rise has made it through his way through to this draft. It's pretty strong with the Deathfire Touch himself, despite the phase rush being taken out of the game. Last pick is this jungle or top lane Shyvana. It's going to be a jungle Shyvana. The Gnar locked in to deal with the Renekton. Well, this is a bit different. We're starting to cook a little bit now. NIP perhaps a little bit knocked off their rhythm by that first game. An unexpected game 1 loss to IG. Unexpected item in bagging area. The Senna Seraphine, is that going to lane well enough? Is the Shyvana going to be able to play the early levels well enough? Can they get through to mid game? If so, is the combo strong enough to make it work? Now, for those of you that don't know, the Shyvana is really, really good at engaging with the fear from her ulti nowadays. Very strong champion. Gonna go put on an ad break so we don't get ads during the game. Alex, Senna will most likely go Shiv, Cleaver, Dusk and Dawn, i.e. some combination like that. Well, it looks like it is going AD carry, and you don't change that in the role here. Coastal Fist Bump. Trust me, they just did that off camera. Oops. Well, I blocked it. My bad. We're gonna have a quick look about the builds there from the Senate. Yeah, because I mean, It depends whether you're going support, whether you're going AD carrier, but because it's for Assume, it has to be bot lane. You don't get to change your role quests in game, I don't think. I think they're tournament realm specifically. I believe your role quests are kind of locked to the player, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Shiv, Black Cleaver, stuff like Hex Optics is also strong too. You can go Shiv Hex Optics if you really want to go for like very early spikes. Very cheap items, but Black Cleaver with Death by Touch is a scary, scary room. All right, let's get into game, and it is going to be Assumed with the Doran's Bow start, and it's not going to be Death by Touch, it is Fleet. There you go, there are those gyros coming through. I do think support Senna skips Shiv. Bot ADC Senna should 100% get it. Yeah, I think that once you go Shiv and Black Cleaver, applying it to everyone on the team is really nice, especially since, you know, you do have a decent amount of physical damage on your team now from that top side. Kanavi, the last player to play the Shyvana jungle, played it in BLG versus Top Esports. I probably cast that game, but then again in 25 I cast pretty much every LPL game, so no surprises there. Got out of bed to watch this draft? Yeah, absolutely, folks. This one's an interesting one, because this is the kind of game where you remember that the Annie has a shield too. Bot lane has to do well here, though, from NIP. Trading okay as it stands. The Q gives a bit of healing. Actually, Assume has to flash away. This 2v2, which was the most dominant in the first half of the split, has been struggling. Assume and Draw were very, very good in the first part of this split. Struggled since then. You know, BLG got the better of them in the 2v2. Top Esports definitely gave them a lot of issues. Beat anyone's legend pretty handedly. Okay, gets himself the electrocute onto Nia's Rise there. Shiv also counting as one hit for the stack on Souls also is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I thought that they, well, because they removed the on-hit a second time to the first target, right? But Shiv will apply the on-hit to anyone else hit by the Chain Lightning. So I think the first auto attack, yeah, oh, hang on, if you Q because the Q applies it twice, that makes sense. Way jumping into the enemy jungle, though, trying to stop Guwon from getting his early game off well. Does get decent damage, does get the shield from the W. That's one of the parts of the rework. Your W gives a shield now, and gives you increased movement speed if you're moving towards enemies. When you're in Dragon form, if the shield pops for the burst, basically the burnout's changed, right? You press W for a shield, press it again, it pops for a burst. When you're in Dragon form, it gives you a heal if it hits onto a champion like that. Your E is pretty much the same. Your Q has 2 recasts now. It's not a double hit, but it basically gives you double auto attack resets, one and then a little bit later as well. We're looking for a dive now. No, the Shin's out. Getting good value here. Guwon going up towards the top side of the map. What's he trying to do here? Is he trying to go towards back of mid lane? Just look on the mini-map. We've got a dive in bot lane, but Shyvana's trying something in mid lane. Might go towards a double scuttle if this play takes a while. They're going for the dive now. Assume goes low and won't be able to survive the play. The Seraphine E goes wide. Guwon. Oh, not able to combo up with Care. Nia flashing away from the flash and he's stunned. Guwon really wants this bot scuttle. If he gets this quickly enough, and he does, can he get a double scuttle? Wei has a lot of HP to work with. The W for Guwon will get him out to safety. This won't be a double scuttle now. Yeah, that's a fair point, Becca. Losing to... Yeah, the thing is, like, Assume and Draw were doing very, very well. We thought they were probably second best bot lane in the league, but then, you know, they did lose to Top Esports, you understand that, but then they also lost a couple of other, that just on the eye test, their 2v2's not been as clean as I would have liked it to be. You know, they were doing very well versus JDG in the 2v2, even despite the lost series in that 0-2. So that one was a better series for them. They lost against anyone's Legend in week 4, which was a bit of a slip up for them, despite them beating in BLG the games after it. Their 2v2 was again pretty solid there. Really was the Top Esports and the BLG series which were less good for that. Against anyone's Legend the other day, Assume really came online later. See if we can keep that status going here. You know, obviously not doing as well in this game with the early dive. Guwon's farming up well. Shyvana always been a good farming jungler. Played a game of her in Arena the other day, trying to get used to those mechanics, because, you know, Shyvana was one of the very first champions I played in the game. Trying to get used to a reworked champion, it's a little bit weird. is a little bit weird. Very strong champion is Shyvana, but yet to see if she'll be popular, I suppose. Hey, Rafa, good to see you. You are hype? I mean, Shyvana is a cool-ass champion. But we were just saying, you know, NIP were, like, of all the teams that used to be the cooks with Shyvana specifically, it was NIP with Shanji. Of course, Shanji, the top laner of OMG 23. That great roster. But then moved on to NIP in 2024, when kind of that team split to the winds. He was the Shyvana guy. He was Shyvana Rumble. And that was while Rumble was not in meta. He was the guy playing it before anyone else. Guwon may be able to combo up with Nia here. No cancel left here. Won't be able to get the damage down. Realm Warp to safety from Nia. He's been a bit of an over pusher in mid lane, has Nia, but he won't die for it this time. Been waiting for Shyvana to show up. I mean, yeah, Shyvana is crazy strong across a bunch of different roles, across all levels of play right now. Udyr, look, Udyr I still think is the same champion, to be honest. Like, he's a tank with an early laning phase who doesn't scale very well. You know? I don't think that Udyr's changed that much. We saw it from Sassy the other day, right? And I thought that, yeah, he did do a bit of it was a bit of a struggle game. Hang on, Mako walking towards the Soon. Gets hit with that W. Doesn't get hit by too much. Well, he gets hit by enough to force him into a very low state of HP. Does get that Q to heal up. Lost a lot of CS, though. You're just not used to seeing a Soon and Draw lose a bot lane like this so hard. I mean, the dive really set them behind. The LEC Shyvana top were interesting. They went for the AP build, right? I mean, Shyvana's always been a very good hybrid champion. In terms of games like this, I think you just want to go, like, full target access. Jesus, there's the Q reset. Going forwards for that. You rework passive. NIP gets himself the... NIP gets themselves the first kill for them. Care gets that one for himself on the Annie. Wow, that was a mess. As you can tell, Rafa, I'm getting a lot of respect for actual play-by-plays when I have to, like, crawl out of bed to cast a game and fumble my words through in the morning. Oh god, solo casting is a hell of a thing, hey? I think the AP build is way better in competitive. Like in this game, he'll just get kited and die if he's not mega ahead now. So the thing in this game is that you have so many different heals and shields that I think you should go for AD Bruiser and just try and go for, you know, as much sticking power as possible. You're going to have a Molten Shield, you're going to have Senna W and ult and Q to help you kind of stick to targets. You can have Seraphine helping you. I think you have to go for Bruiser in this game. And because if you can get on top of Shinzao and Renekton, you just destroy them. You destroy them. And you know, there's different ways you can itemize towards that. Shyvana's always been a good Triforce / Sheen user. There's maybe a world in which you go a Stride Breaker this game. Again, to try and stick to that target. It's not like Nia has Phase Rush anymore for the slow resist, right? So Stride Breaker's gotten a lot more powerful with Phase Rush out of the game. Flash forwards for Breathe, who wants to get himself a bit of a play here. There's a roam up the river coming from the Shinzao and the Rise, and I don't think Hoya sees that one coming. Nia's not going to go towards the top lane just yet, though. End up being flash for flash. Hoya low HP, but Breathe is too. Asher flying up through the play. Care gets nailed by it, and the Annie is going to get taken out before they can really do much else. No, manages to get himself out of the play just about. Now the fight gets a bit messy. Mako slowing down with the Glitter Lance. Hoya over the wall. The Meganon Nia is down. The Rise DPS isn't there. Shyvana is starting to get some good value too with that extended amount of Conqueror value from him. Walking up towards the Grubs. Will be able to claim that last one. 2-1, I believe it is in total. Jumping back in his wave, going the extra damage down. And now suddenly the Dragon Form is off. Doesn't matter though. Shyvana still has some damage. Backed up by the Enchanters. Guwon goes 1-0-1. And the Shyvana already proving a bit of their worth if the game gets into low range melee fights. Shyvana with shields behind her is a scary champion. Jachi's not at the play. It is a 5v4. Now, IG buying into a play which they don't have the numbers advantage for. Just watch out for the Shyvana here. Gets the great combo onto Breathe. Just immediately takes the Renekton out of the fight. So Breathe can't do anything more there. Hoya gets the Meganar. It really is a bit of a kaiju battle, isn't it? You've got dragons, Meganars, Renektons using Dominus. Like, the amount of value which the Shyvana gets from just, like, continual, you know, skill slinging with an Enchanter behind them is kind of crazy. Although I suppose NIP do sort of lose the uneven number fight. The Ash Arrow is the only contribution which they have there, right? Assume, I guess, on the other side. Oh no, it's not an even numbers fight because Assume was also not at the play. I mean, yeah, technically 5v5 with the ults, I suppose. Hang on, ult into the wall. The buffs for Udyr, hang on a second, all in here. Hoya already used his ultimate, going quite low. Breathe no flash to force anything more there. Assume going low. Guon back over the wall. Full rage bar, though, will have his ultimate available. Shiv is almost in for Assume. Once you get Shiv, you do get that soul immediately, as Pillow was saying in chat. If you get that Q on target, applies the Shiv, which is technically on hit with that too. Hang on, Realm War coming down. I think Guon feels like he can take this fight. It's a 4v3, but the tower's adding some extra threat. I don't think they can dive with the Shyvana in position. They can't really. Recall cancel there, boy Hoya. Wei's gone for the Titanic Hydra. Wants the immediate burst. Now, this is an interesting question. Does Wei go towards Dusk and Dawn? Is this going to be a game where you go Dusk and Dawn and full healing on the Xin Zhao because it's such a low-range fight? Now, if you go for healing Xin Zhao, does that beat a Shyvana in your face? If it's full melee, Shyvana versus Xin Zhao, if Xin Zhao goes for the full healing with Dusk and Dawn, does that beat the Shyvana? I don't know about the damage check, though. Not seeing enough of it. Hey, Little Soy, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. Who do I think wins game 2? Well, IG have the early gold lead. I really like the composition from NIP if it gets online. But losing dragons is a problem. Reminder that the passive from Shyvana changed a little. You don't need the dragons to stack up resists anymore. Now it's like basically, you know, last hitting champions and large monsters and stuff. And minions. Basically, the more farmed you get, the more tanky you get, and technically the more damage you get too. Hang on, Breathe getting ran down by Hoya here. Does have full rage, goes for the Dominus. Gonna be a bit of an even play here. Q1 has the extended engage range. Could use the Mega Cone. Buddy, if you'd used the Mega Cone, you would have gotten range there, and I think you could have killed him. Chose not to. Yeah. Care trading heavily in mid lane. The Care Bear has been summoned once more. Assume is so far behind, man. Has the workings of that Shiv, but it's, you know, late on completing it. Oh, misses the cannon with the Q. Again, bot lane is such a rock for NIP, but it's not been easy for them in this series. Game 1, the Jhin Bard didn't really achieve all of what they wanted them to. Didn't really feel like the Jhin ever really got a chance to do much damage. Game 2, hang on, Guon might jump over here. The Encore hits, and where is Guon's fear? Does he use it? Yes, he does. Shyvana into the play. The Wild Growth not able to stop the unstoppable Shyvana, who runs them. He might just run down Mako. I don't think you win this fight. Wait. Another E lands. That could be a big problem for them. Flash forward for a potential stun. No, flash away to the Blast Cone. Flash for flash on supports. Udyr could be something like a game 3, maybe game 2 pick. Again, in pro, it's just really hard to use Udyr, I think. I mean, Udyr was so overstated when he was used in top lane. He was so overstated. And I think in comp now, in competitive play, I just don't think Udyr ever really gets the target access. Unless there's a really good lane matchup. He has to also be a counter pick as well. Because if you blind pick the Udyr, something like a Vayne comes out or a Gnar, and I think you just insta-die. Well, the Gnar matchup is a bit more playable, but the Vayne matchup is actually just unplayable. You can't play that. Shutting down the Ashe is so huge. Yeah, it is, and the gold goes over towards Guon as well, right? No, Guon's got... Oh, he's got a Hex Plate. Okay, Guon going into the play here, stacking up his rage. Now, if he uses his ult, he gets the extra attack speed. Reminder that Shyvana's a different champion with actual ult cooldown. Because you don't have ult cooldown, you basically just have a resource you use for that. Guon uses it, but it means he gets an empowered ultimate. I'm not... Okay, I mean, basically he's going for a powerful ultimate. It doesn't actually stack up the ultimate any quicker, though. Pretty sure it doesn't anyway. Shyvana doesn't get ult cooldown. Oh, hang on. It increases Fury generation? In that case, I'm wrong. Right, okay, so that's my bad. They actually have accounted for that then. So that was one of the problems before for a lot of cooldown reduction builds on Shyvana. It didn't actually change your ultimate. That must have changed with the rework then. So you do get increased Fury. Fair play. If you get more ultimates, big for him. Target access goes wild. Going for the Dusk and Dawn second. Herald taken. Assume goes low. Does have a couple of souls to go towards. Ken misses his stun. Roll up over his way, flashes forwards, and that should be a dead Annie. Assumes died on the other side of the fight. We need to focus on that too. Ker's going down, but what's happening on the other side? Juwon's low HP. IG win the fight despite losing the Herald. Hoya walking at Mako. Mako, buddy, just touched the tower. Didn't expect that one at all. Mako just goes down for free. Recall came in from Shyvana, who's back out on the map. Hoya can't really get to his Mega. Kaiju down. IG take an extended play win. Care caught out on one side, Assume on the other. And Hoya just uses ultimate. Doesn't have it for this play. You know, the more you auto attack, the more that you get close to your ultimate. Care focused away from. Breathe can't get taken away from the play. The Encore doesn't save him. The Wild Growth blocks people into the play. It's a great split collapse from IG, realizing that they're very good in these split plays. Now, if everyone is behind and ulting Shyvana, then yeah, of course it's going to be a pretty scary team fight for NIP. However, the more split it gets, the better, you know, the Renekton gets to take, you know, 2v2s, 1v1s. The Ryze can chase you down with his move speed from passive. It's going to be that. This is not a build I've seen on the Shyvana. You know, I've seen the Triforce, I've seen AP, I've seen Shojin, I've seen Stridebreaker. I've seen Titanic Hydra. I haven't seen Hexplate Dusk and Dawn. That one's a different one. Yeah. Not so sure on that one myself, Rafa. Wei is going for the classic AD, by the way. I was wondering whether Wei would go for the Dusk and Dawn himself. I don't believe he will do now. I mean, I don't dislike the Shyvana. I think the Shyvana is actually a good pick, especially if you're building like a heal and shield comp, which can actually kind of allow the Shyvana to kind of just heal more and more. Mikhail's bought for the Ashe ultimate. There is a Shiv on Assume now, but it feels like it's just coming too little too late. Guon is here. Hexplate to fear them into the end. He has been torn limb from limb. There is Blue Man Group meat on the menu. And Guon slaughters him. All right, fair. Well, that's what a Shyvana can do. Credit to them. That's going to immediately kill the top lane turret. The Herald is a bit overkill, actually, although it will kill and potentially get some good damage onto the inner turret. Nia is definitely a target you think you can force onto, because Nia is a player who's been over-shoving a fair amount as a new player in LPL. It's one of the worst sins. Look, it's one of the rookie errors you do, right? You think you're safe because you're strong, and then you overpush wave and you die. Senna Seraphine is a useless duo. I don't think it's a useless duo. I think that they got dove earlier, and Senna is awful at stabilizing from behind. It's one of the big problems of Senna. Senna just kind of needs to be within touching distance of the game. She was nerfed so much over time that Senna is now in a position where if she's not ahead, she feels very, very flimsy. She was never a particularly tanky champion, right? And now you're just in a point where the Senna, from this kind of gold deficit, struggles to impact the game at all. By the way, I'm reading your comments, by the way, Midge, as well. I like your insight on the game. I do like the Shiv, but you have to select when you ult a lot more. Yeah, I mean, if you're going for quick ults on the side lane, I think it's fine when you're playing like this. But your ult is so key in these team fights. You know, if you have the Senna Seraphine and the Shyvana and the Gnar all getting good teamfight ults, very good wombo combo though, fighting over the red buff. You want, again, the real center of this NIP team. It's not the creative snap engages of the Vi or the Nocturne. This time it's actually more of DPS. They don't have the Mikhails quite there in time. This time Jabji Gaze takes so much damage all the way back though. Where did all that come from? Hoya into the play, gets stunned up before he can get much happening though. Much better from NIP in the DPS check. The Shyvana gets to run them down, and the Death Ball is well and truly online. NIP, battle station operational. Where did all that damage come from? Just immediately, you thought that, well, okay, the Ashe is thrown onto Assume, and then she actually almost explodes on the other side. I'll have to see a replay of that one, hopefully, anyway. Not sure we will, actually. Because there's no objective or no real, big play coming through. It's only the one kill. We might not see a replay of that. I'd like it, though. That was a fun little engage coming through. Yuan charging up that ultimate once again. Baron on spawn. Well, Shyvana's pretty good at taking Baron. She's very, very good at, well, killing anything that stands in front of her. Shyvana's always been a very good farming jungler because, she's very good at hitting that first target. The Senate E used to just hit. Did they not spot the Annie? I don't think they spotted the Annie in the Senate E. I don't think they spotted it. And then the Encore, it has to be flashed away from it. Would have killed Jachi there, actually. Nia caught by it too. And then Gorn gets to chase down. Yeah, you're right, Pello. The Senate E hit Care. I don't think they saw the Annie in there. Senna is just a champion that's very weak early and it's so hard to not get dove 30 times. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why she's not been played much. Hang on, Care in the side lane, twinning up here as the duo. The Care Bear dropped once more. Breathe pops the Dominus. Ash Arrow would have stunned someone up under turret, but they back away from the dive. The Five Nights at Freddy's Tibbers combo. What, you get jump scared by the Senna E? I like that. Oh, God. Does Shyvana have Jack of all trades? I'd imagine she does with this build, yeah. So now you'll be getting towards your multiple stats so quickly, right? You're going to get your max stacks of Jack of all trades very, very easily with Shyvana, right? Maybe maybe that's why he's done it. Maybe that's why he's done this build for the Jack of all trades bonus. That's a really good point there, Mitch. Hang on, fighting the enemy jungle. Guon forcing a flash away from Mako with the ultimate. Really scary as a Lulu to be facing a Shyvana in a situation like this because you can't stop the Shyvana when she ults. And even if you hit a Glitterlance, she's still flying the same speed. If you ever get hit by that fear, you're done. You can't even... It's really hard to accurately time the polymorph against the Shyvana too. Because if you hit it while she's in ultimate, she doesn't care. Or when she's ulting in the animation. Naguan's been real threat now, and now you have to consider, IG do have Dragon's Soul coming up in 30 seconds. If they get that, they feel a lot happier, but I don't think a Chemtech Soul saves the team fights very easily in this game. 2 items from Wei. Couldn't have come at a more important time. Jachi and Nia need to have a very strong fight in the next 30 seconds, or I think that IG do get outscaled. Assume getting towards stacks. It's not very heavy on the stacks, right? The early game didn't go very well. They hit the E there. W onto him as well. Should be safe with the Lulu shields. Dragon spawning. Breather's going to recall and teleport back in with his own second item. Dragon started. This is going to go down pretty quick. Wei's going to have to look for a steal near on the other side of it. Teleport in from the Renekton. The shower goes wide. That's not what you want to see. Near good split damage. Spellflux going over all of them. Assume has to flash away. Breathe into the play. The Renekton's getting huge value. And one Kaiju leads to another. But the turnaround is insane. The Shyvana goes low. The Shyvana goes down. NIP's team fight falls apart in the critical moment. IG get the better AoE. Nia flanks, Breathe flashes into the backline, and NIP can't save their carries. NIP see the soul go over to the other side, and that should be Baron. It's heartbreak for NIP. You felt like they were building to something. Shyvana gets kind of stunned up and isolated down. The flank from Nia is crucial to this. The Ash Arrow doesn't land, but the Spell Flux goes wild onto 3 to 4 people. Wei kind of completes the pincer. The Care Bear is not good. It opens up the angle for Breathe to get a 3-man combo into the backline too. And at that point, yes, Guon does good damage, but, 2 of your heals/shields are down. Care, that's not great. That's not great, Care. If they could have isolated out Nia, maybe they could break out of the encirclement. Not there. 5.5k gold lead for IG. Chemtech Soul. That gives them 12% from the 2 Chemtech Dragons. 12% heal and shield power and tenacity. Great fight from Nia and Wei. Breathe as well. Oh, well, that feels like a mistake from... Well, it's a huge mistake from NIP. And look, NIP are now probably... Hang on, there's the Asher landing in. Jachi is going to get engaged onto by Guwon. Right now, the Encore stepped away from... I think NIP are just about losing this one again. Hoya does get a Mega Nod. Double kill to Nia before he ends up hitting the ground. IG, they do lose 2 of their Baron buffs, but Breathe is pushing on the top lane. They win in the... I believe that was the uneven numbered fight. It ended up being basically a 5v4 in mid lane, and Jachi stays alive, manages to sidestep the Ashe ult, sorry, the Encore, which was flying towards him. Jachi has been a lot more stable this split. Now, I know that a lot of people really didn't like Jachi's inconsistency from split 1, and I agree. I think his laning phase was not good enough. But what we've seen from Jachi with Mako, and then Feng Yue with Jackie Love as well, both those bot lanes from top esports, is their consistency of getting into the game and then being able to team fight later on has gone way, way into the higher percentages now. Now, Jachi has been a very good AD carry from IG. I think that he has been a lot more stable in that first split, where he was rightfully called out for, you know, being not very good in lane and snowballing too hard into the negative. Now, I think Mako has been able to even out this young AD carry, who has a ton of potential to him. NIP tried for the clutch engage. People in chat are calling out. Guwon didn't really land the fear onto the crucial targets. The Encore didn't hit Jachi in the backline either. He has a QSS 2 now anyway, so it's pretty hard to guarantee that. Ryze now has the Seekers. They're looking for a play around the wall with the Senna E. We'll do again the Five Nights at Freddy's combo, I guess. Kagura big forwards, gets a decent stun there onto Wei, who goes low, but the Crescent Guard comes out. The Mega Knight into the wall, but Wei stays alive. Breathe into the backline, does a ton of damage, and Hoya goes down. A jump backwards from the Dragon doesn't work out. Jachi will go forwards for another kill, and I think this will be the series now. Invictus Gaming against NIP. I think we're quite rightfully seen as the underdogs, as NIP butchered anyone's legend just the other day. But IG visit a hefty 2-0 onto the Ninjas. IG just lost to Team WE. Bounce back from that and will draw level with NIP at 5 series wins. That Senna bot lane just didn't do enough, I don't think. I think that game was truly lost around bot lane for NIP. That early dive from Wei ended up being, I think, the game changer. I think it was. The Shyvana was an interesting pick. It just doesn't bring the value that it really needed at the final hour there. Not enough to overcome the bot lane deficit anyway. Difficult to watch if you're an NIP fan. Like I said, NIP, they're a fun team to watch, win or lose. No, NIP, I appreciate the draft. I appreciate Guwon's play in this series despite losing it. IG, the better team today. Much better in mid and late game than we've seen from them recently too. I hope this isn't the last we see of Shyvana. I think we'll see a bit more Shyvana. I think that champion has some decent matchups in the game and scales in a very different way. What's the Seraphine? Oh, yeah, the Seraphine didn't really get that much value in that game, sadly. So I guess we'll wait around for the post-game interview, then of course our MVPs. So it's interview, then player of the game, then player of the match. We will see more of her, just not this burnt ass build. Oh god. Yeah, I think that you can be a lot higher damage. I don't think having more regular Shyvana ults really changed much for the Shyvana. I mean, Triforce Shojin feels better. Can even go towards the healing boots, right? You don't want to go for like a Kraken Slayer build. I mean, there are some Hexplate builds, but even... I mean, Hexplate Dusk and Dawn does give you some decent Jack-of-all-trades value. It does. I just think that it's trying to be this kind of build which lasts a long time in the front line. But... yeah. Q1 and Q3 both proc Sheen. Yeah, she's always been a very, very good Q procer. Like, sorry, Sheen procer. She always has been. No, that one has to go back to the drawing board. Triforce Shojin is a very good duelist build. The question is, if you're diving into 5 people, do you need the heal from Dusk and Dawn? And I can understand that logic. I think Gore needs to needed to do more research on what top Shyvanas are building in solo queue. The thing is, I actually don't think the build actually changed that much for him. Realistically, your bot lane is still in the gutser, and he was still actually the best player on his team, I think, that game. Hexblade is a rush you went pre-adjustments from this patch. I mean, sure, but I still think it's okay in terms of just having that immediate ult value and being able to survive in the front line. Because clearly he was building for 5v5 Shyvana. 80 Bruiser Shiv is always best. I mean, it depends what your team comp needs. In that game, you need a Shyvana to survive in the front line against the big damage of the Ashe and the Ryze. Yeah, I mean, from this game, realistically, first port of call is what the hell was assuming. You know, the early game didn't go very well. Assume and Draw lost the 2v2 and that opened up the dive. If they didn't get butchered at the level 1, Wei can't dive them and Assume doesn't fall out the game. Which is not good. Yeah. I don't think that... Yeah, I think you could have gone like... Well, you can't... I don't know. I don't know. Also, Death Stance would have been really nice at some point, but you didn't get to the 3rd item mark, really, so that didn't matter too much. I need to research Shyvana builds more. I'm going to have to research this more myself, because, like... I mean, the Rocket Belt 3rd is target access, but... I guess the thing about Rocket Belt 3rd there is that's just gold. That's just gold efficiency. The 3rd item, the game was already decided, really. There's an AP build where she's as durable as a Triforce build. Presumably it's got a Rift Maker in it. Fun old item, Rift Maker. Oh, I had an ARAM Mayhem game the other day, yesterday, where I played Mordekaiser, and I transmuted into Eureka and Dual Gauntlet. And no, it was, sorry, Circle of Healing and Eureka. So I ended up having like 257 ability haste or whatever by the end of the game, and I did like 20,000 damage with my shield. Oh god. The trick is that when you land her ease, you have to string it through multiple champions, ideally on Baron or Dragon, because it procs multiple explosions. Shojin, Dusk, and Dawn are Rocket Belt first, Rift Leandries. Yeah. Yeah, if she gets like the lineup for the ego is kind of insane. Gorn's not comboing correctly on the Q. I think he's just... I'm not gonna lie, I feel like he just tried to fly into the right place and then, you know, Q spam, basically. That's not a good... Well, he tries to ult down Wei, because he wants to kill the jungler, right? I actually think he ults too early. Because if you could ult later and then get a better lineup, I actually think he gets a better fight there. Hey, it's cool to see the IG coaches look so happy about that, actually. You know, they've had a hard split. It's not a bad engagement. Oh, God, that's a bad ult from Guon, actually, isn't it? He doesn't... And then he flashes anyway? Hang on, can't he just flash for the fear, then E backward? Okay, Guon, that's not great, actually. That's build agnostic. He missed... That's a couple of bad team fights in a row from him, mechanically. That ult then also goes wide. Oh, bloody hell. There are a lot of team fight misplays in here. Like, a lot, actually. Guon still has ult here, and then he has to ult backwards. Oh yeah, he does that late. Okay, the more I'm watching this, NIP's mechanics are just way off this game. Way off. I do think Shiv was very strong in this game, but the center Seraphim just got so hard. You just want to ult more and have way more DPS when you do because of the attack speed. Yeah, I understand the hex play. I don't... Look, I understand the logic behind it, but I think mathematically, the Shyvana could have had a better build. I think we're discovering that. I don't think it's what determines that game, though. I mean, when you're ulting and not hitting the 80 carry like that, that's just... I think Guon didn't mechanically play that game very well, sadly. I think we're going to get on stage, though, for the post-game interview. So for Mandarin speakers, I'll let you listen to this. And who we're going to have this conversation with, we shall find out.
我是主持人刘航，来到我们赛后采访环节的嘉宾是 IG 的中单选手 Nia。那在赛后采访开始之前，我想先请现场所有的观众，我们把掌声送给第一次在 LPL 这个舞台接受采访的 Nia， 好吗？今天打的真的很棒啊！谢谢大家的掌声和热情，来吧，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 的中路 Nia。
欢迎 Nia。 也谢谢所有召唤师们的热情。从1号开始来到 IG 打的第一场比赛，在9天的时间，这个已经是第4场 BO3了。我想问的是，打到今天第4场 BO3，跟你1号在打的时候，这个心态或者感受上有什么变化或者是区别吗
？1号打微博的话，就是当时很突然嘛，临时就把我叫上来了。现在的话就打得比较松弛。
心态也是慢慢的在变稳。今天我看完这2局比赛的感受是，我觉得你们赛前准备做得很充分。我想知道的是，你们在赛前在研究 NIP 这支队伍的时候，你们会觉得他们是一支怎样的队伍？
他们就是中野起节奏，然后靠下路 C 的一个队伍。我们就做好准备，把他们中野的东西给针对好就行。
说到这个针对对面的中野，今天在 BP 上第1局你是选择了阿卡丽这个英雄。其实聂亚在 LPL 的时候就比较喜欢玩阿卡丽这种操作型的英雄啊。我想知道你拿到阿卡丽的时候，你自己内心当中的这个自信程度或者是心态是怎样的？
这英雄拿起来比较顺手嘛，自我感觉的话就是选出来我就大概率能 C。
在后台跟我说的是，这英雄我太仔细了，选出来100%能赢。今天第1局阿卡丽确实打得很好，也算是你的一个这个招牌英雄了。那来到了今天第2局，对面在 BP 上做出了一些变化，出其不意的是选择了龙女这个英雄。你们当时在 BP 看到对面这一手选择，大家是包括跟教练啊，大家是怎么去沟通的？
就是这英雄当时选出来的时候，我还有点懵嘛，但是后面他们说了一下，打团的时候注意不要被他大到就好了。
说到打团，最后这一局23分钟那波龙魂团，你的这个位置有点也让人想不到，你是用瑞兹然后去走了一个侧面绕后，然后来跟队友打了一波配合，那一波是会怎么样选择这样的一个位置？大家是怎么去沟通的？
那波是本来下面有波线嘛，然后我跟呼吸沟通好了，那波我去接下线，然后考虑到对面是龙女的话，我觉得我在正面也不是那么好发挥，然后就自然而然的在下路。
那波对团战的站位的判断非常的精准。那来到了 IG 其实也是有几位队友都是经验非常丰富的哥哥。你来到 IG 之后，这些哥哥们对你交代最多，或者是沟通交流最多的，说的最多的是什么？
就威哥经常和我强调前期，让我小心点站位吧。
今天前期威哥打得也很好。那最后的一个问题，来到 LPL 这个舞台，聂亚你自己内心当中的那颗对于这个舞台上自己小小的那颗种子，自己的期望是什么？
就因为我在 IG 嘛，然后 IG 的每个中单都玩得特别好，所以我自己希望的话就是向他们看齐吧。
我们也一起来记住这个年轻的06年的优秀的中单聂亚邹广禄，我们把掌声送给他好吗？也希望在后面的比赛可以放平心态啊，有更加出色的表现。我们也期待未来属于聂亚更宽广的舞台。那以上就是赛后采访的所有内容，接下来我们把时间交还给解说席。
Hey, good to hear from the new mid laner of IG. He had a pretty good series, honestly. Like, I thought he had a pretty good series. You know, I thought his Rise in game 2 actually did a ton of damage. Yeah, he got caught out on side lane a little bit, but I'm not going to criticize him too much for that. And then his first game on the Akali got a pretty slick triple kill. Gave him like 1 bad shutdown, but whatever. I thought he was very good in game 1. Player of the series, probably Wei. I think Wei was really good in both games today. You know, his flash engages on the Shinzo was really good. Wait, bro won game 1. Wait, are bro still on a win streak? Bro are on a win streak, right? Oh gosh. Triforce Ravenous Jack shows my go-to. The problem with Ravenous second, like if you're going Bruiser and you don't go for HP items second, you feel so squishy. Like it's really having the double HP items for Bruisers which really hurt. Oh, we're gonna get our player of the game now. Breathe gets player of the game on the Renekton. Yeah, he was really solid. Got some crazy dives into the backline. And then player of the series. I mean, like I said, I think it's Wei player of the series. I think he had a very good time. You know, there was a really good early jungle pathing in game 1, completely shut down Guon. And now NIP have gone from 2-0ing Anyone's legend to O2 versus IG, who just lost to Team W. Group percent does not make much sense, folks. It doesn't make much sense. Wiggest player of the game, there we go. His early pathing was really good, and his late game team fighting was actually very good too. No, Wei is a player who I think that can really flip a great many series. Guy's very good. Wait, your Q, hang on, wait, the Q cooldown only starts when you complete all your Q casts? That doesn't feel great, because that means that you can't hold on to your recast of your Q. You kind of have to spam it if you want to max DPS. I don't feel like that's good gameplay. I'm not sure I like that, actually. I'm not a big fan of, like, most abilities when they have, like, multiple charges. So stuff like Riven Q, Aatrox. Well, Aatrox Q is a little bit different, right? Because it depends on whether you cast all three or not. It goes to a lower cooldown, I believe, if you just use the first one. Yeah, I don't know. I think that reducing a champion to just spamming an ability feels worse. No, this is a better thing with Ahri as well. So Ahri's ult cooldown used to be it would only go on cooldown after the last charge was used. Now it's a now it's kind of starts from first cast, because it really applies to the resets that way. And I think that's just better gameplay. It allows you to have like more of these mind games about holding an ability while it's kind of recast as available. It works exactly like Aatrox Q now, right? Okay, yeah. So the nuke combo is Q the enemy, load Q2, press R, hit Q2, hit Q3. That makes sense. Yeah, and then you use your W. You can use your W ult in and then pop it too, right? I think it's only the pop of the... It's only the... Hang on, it's only the pop of the Shyvana W which changes in ult form, right? So you like load W, Q, then you ult through them, spam your Qs, hit an E somewhere in the combo. Have fun. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Shyvana is maybe the most broken arena champion right now. That champion is not okay. There's a bunch of things which get things. Surprised it's not Jackie. Jackie was very good too. His Sivir was really solid. I think the thing with Jackie is that he was a little bit of a passenger in game one, right? Having Q2 loaded as you are lets you hit both Q2 and Q3 while they're still fed. That's really important. That makes sense. Oh, so what you're probably going to do is see a lot of Shinzao style play, where like you Q on a minion or a plant and then you ult in to do that. So you're probably going to do, yeah, you're probably going to see a lot of Shinzao-esque play with that. It's crazy that Triforce is the most common rush item, because the way that Q cooldown works, you'd think you just want to spam Q and right click, but then you, rather than space out for Sheen procs. Yeah, unless you're an ARAM, like unless you get augments and you get Apex Innovator and you get it on everything. Apex Innovator fixes so many different builds, man. Oh god. Hey, just hit the we'll hit the comms here. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so arena pilled that I have to think about that. If they bring back ranked, I might grind for rank 1 again. I might grind for rank 1 arena again. We shall see. Dude, could you imagine if this Shyvana had Divine Sundra? Also, yeah, could you imagine if they had that? That'd be so busted, man. The talk of time of cooldowns for ults like Ahri, Swain used to have his R like Ahri, as in the cooldown starts on cast rather than end. That was so OP. If it was 2 gigameaty comms, you'd effectively have a 25. Yeah, I mean Ahri kind of already has that issue where her ult is effectively like a 15-second cooldown a lot. Insane hyper late game anyway. Her Sheen proc doesn't apply on her true damage during Q-bite. Q-bite, unlike Camille. Well, Camille has a specific interaction where the true damage is increased, or like the full damage, or rather like the full auto attack is converted into true damage for Q2, right? So they have a specific interaction on Camille for that, whereas Shyvana doesn't have that. Although, I mean, Camille gets princess treatment, I guess. Camille was like Riot's favorite for like a good 3 or 4 years. Camille is an inherently busted champion. She is either very, very strong or unplayable. Like a whole bunch of champions from around season 6 were like that. I mean, Jin still kind of unbalanceable, either awful or great. Tahm Kench, one of the most unbalanced champions of all time. Around that time, you also had well, Season 5 was maybe worse than Season 6 for this, actually, because you had Azir. Like, Season 5 and 6, you had Azir, unbalanceable, Kalista, unbalanceable, Rek'Sai, unbalanceable, Tahm Kench, unbalanceable, Kindred, almost unbalanceable, Jhin, almost unbalanceable, Zac rework had to be reverted, LeBlanc rework in Season 6 had to be reverted, Camille, Graves rework was also kind of unbalanceable. That period of time was really bad for like new releases. They were just a bunch of unbalanceable champions. I miss Farm Alarm Rek'Sai. It was kind of funny. I'm gonna put on an ad break, by the way, folks. Although most of you have subs in chat, so it helps. Okay, we're gonna go through to our second series pretty soon. I'm not gonna lie, I might let Sam solo cast them just want to see how he's feeling. I missed the Zac scoop. The kidnap from Zac was really visually fun, but the Let's Bounce was a lot more liked by Zac mains, really. But like season 6 to 7, season 5 to 6 rather, was really rough. And the Rise rework was in. So season 5 was machine gun permacast. Season 6 was when you had the realm warp. So we had two rises in 2 years effectively. Was that? Yeah, I think that was in season 6 that got reworked again, right? Or did that change in season 7 again? Anyways, it was around that kind of period of time. So you had original Rise was back until, you know, like season 4, and then it got reworked in season 5 to the hyper spam Rise in both mid lane and top lane. Then season 6, that was when the global ultimate came through, I think. Rise is the most reworked champion in the history of League. Yeah, he's had like 3 reworks or something. I mean, he's had like 2 major reworks, I want to say, which is already more than anyone. And then he's had a bunch of minor changes to him. He's not the most patch changed champion in history. I think that's actually, I think Irelia had 10 straight nerfs. Maokai had a ton of changes over time. Did you see those numbers for Quinn Jungle? If they allow Quinn Jungle to exist, that champion is not going to be okay. If Quinn Jungle is a horror. That is a horror. You cannot allow Quinn to jungle. I'm sorry. This champion is inherently busted by being able to turn up anywhere on the map. The fact that she doesn't have to be in a lane to farm means that she can be anywhere at all times. It is not okay. Quinn Jungle is not safe for the game. I don't think so. I'm so sorry, Midge. I did do that. She would body every skirmishing jungle. She already beats most bruisers and fighters. Like, you need specific counters into it. Like, Irelia destroys Quinn. And then you need, like, hyper tanks like Malphite or Sion. Skarner can barely touch her, I don't think. It's just like, Garen's actually not a bad matchup into Quinn, I found. So, but I actually hit my, I hit my peak on Quinn in ranked. That was my peak. I hit like Diamond 1 with Quinn. Talon is already terrorizing Diamond Plus. Oh, we are in Xi'an today. Very cool. Welcome to Xi'an, the old capital of China. Used to be called Chang'an, the start of the Silk Road. I've been there back in 2023. It's a lovely city. And I want to go back someday. I want to go back and actually sightsee. Xi'an, the Esports Center. Oh yeah, the season 6 was the Cogmore double attack speed W. Yeah, where you had like 5 attack speed. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Okay, right, folks. I'm gonna go see what Sam's up to, because Sam did say he wanted to come and cast the second one. So I'm gonna leave you alone just for 1 second. We've already put the ad break on. We should be getting around to our second series, Top Esports WE, pretty shortly. Okay, Sam's gonna come and solo cast this one. because I need a break as well. Like I said, I think the schedule's catching up to Sam and I a little bit now. Like, we haven't missed a single game this split, and it is a lot of games. Today, luckily, because I think this one's likely to be a 2-0 as well, this should probably be a 4-0 day, hopefully. 4-game day. Do you think we'll ever see Will of the Ancients or Wriggle's Lantern coming back? I don't think so. I think Will of the Ancients... I think Will of the Ancients has kind of been replaced by stuff like Riftmaker, right? I think having a straight Omnivamp item is not very healthy for the game. Like the boots are already pushing it, really. I think that having... Hang on, do we have our post-game interviews here? Or pre-game interviews, rather? Oh, no, it's just the lineups. There you go. Cool. Top Esports. Mixed last week. No, lost to Anyone's Legend and Weibo in week 5. But then beat Weibo at the end of it. Then they lost to JDG in a pretty tight 3-game series, where it felt like their drafts have been quite poor. Suian's not been giving Town to pick as much. But against WE, despite the fact that they've looked better recently, I think has looked actually pretty good himself. They picked up their first series win, almost won the series versus Weibo. It's not been the easiest time for them, really. This split, WE have been put through the ringer a little bit. Okay, right, I'm going to go switch over Sam, and he'll be here soon.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人谢然。我们先请到的是 Top 的辅助选手风月，跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Top 的辅助风月。
现在组内赛已经进入到尾声阶段了嘛，每一场都不容有失，所以目前为止你会怎么评价队伍的整体发挥呢？
我觉得我们队伍目前整体的发挥其实还可以，但还是有很大的进步的空间。比如说乐队的联动，然后我们线上各条线之间的协同，然后 TP 的信息这些。
那今天也要面对到的是西安 WE 嘛？你觉得你们最需要做好哪些部分呢？
我觉得打 WE 的话，他们是下野打得特别好的队伍，我们就注意好他们野普的回合，然后思考他什么时候会变斗，然后我们跟他们准备好3v3就好了。
好的，我们一会儿赛场见。同样，我们请到的是 WE 的中单选手 Caris， 也请他跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安气象 WE 中单 Caris。
欢迎 Caris， 虽然上场有点遗憾，没有能够延续大场的一个胜利，但是能够感觉大家的士气都是提高了不少。他觉得这段期间之内的话，可能大家进步最大的点又是什么呢？
저희가 아무래도 개인적인 폼도 올라오고 있고 팀적인 합도 점점 잘 맞아가고 있다고 생각해서 그런 부분들이 가장 많이 성장한 부분인 것 같아요.
首先是我们个人的实力和状态有在慢慢的一个回升，其次的话，团队之间的配合也是有在逐渐变好的，所以这2点的话，可能是在这个时间之内，我觉得大家成长最大的一个地方。那今天将会和 TES 相遇，他最想呈现怎样的一个竞技面貌呢？
아무래도 TES 팀이 워낙 잘하는 팀이다 보니까 저희가 더 집중을 해서 해야 될 것 같고 저번 경기 때 저희가 실수했던 부분들을 잘 보완해서 오늘 그런 모습들을 보여준다면 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
TS 本来也是打得非常好的一个队伍，所以我们这场比赛一定要非常的集中，然后把上场比赛出现的失误都要去纠正过来。今天还是有希望能够赢下来这场比赛的。我们有一些 Carry 选手，一会儿赛场见。
Hello, chat. Right, you're going to put up with me now. That's a very cute way to end that. Well, look at them. We're all on stage now, aren't they? We're going for a northern entry to this. 80 stream streak there from Time Lord 105. Welcome one and all. There, of course, is Top Esports hitting the stage. Hello, hello. Nice emote, Crafton. Where'd you get that one? Hey, Midge, good to see you as well. So I just realised we've got a guy called, in the YouTube called Dakuchi as well, which very amuses me a little bit. But I'm very childish. Very childish. We can zoom that out. Cutting off the top of my head. I need to lean down more. Hello, hello everyone. How are we all doing?
让我们有请西安 Team WE。
WE coming on stage now, of course. Won their first series not so long ago and had a fairly good run of it in their latest as well. Still got a lot of improvement to do. Make no bones about it, but hey. Boonga. Says Amber. I don't quite know why, but there we go.
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第5周第4日第2场比赛 ，TES 对阵西安
Let's go, Sam
WE 即将开始
That's the plan. That's the
，LPL
plan.
顶巅峰。
Should be a fun one, guys. Realistically, Top Esports are going to demolish WE. That is realistically what is about to happen here. I want you all to be aware this could be a tough one. WE have looked better. Have looked more competitive. Their early games in particular, genuine, very entertaining recently. The mid games have been very problematic though. And again, it's all well and good having a good early game, but can you do that against Top Esports? It's a very different beast entirely. Who just saved me from ads? You're welcome though, Night Star. Good to see you. How are we doing on volume? Yeah, we'll probably up that a little bit. There we go. Oh, I need this coffee. I do. Yep, thank Pintalus for that one. Sorting you out. Got like 4 sub bombs today. Wow, that's very kind, guys. Appreciate everyone looking after us. Thanks all for the follow as well. If anyone hasn't followed yet, please do consider doing so. Makes a massive difference to myself and Alex. We're kind of pushing for 11,000 followers if we can. We're not miles off. We need 150 odd of you guys to do it. And I think with the amount we've got people turning up, I think it's definitely possible. So appreciate all those who do come and help look after us. I do appreciate you all. Simi and Katari, did you get your compliments and or fun facts? Just double checking. I'll make 150 accounts, be right back. If you can watch on all of them, Captain, maybe. But I'm feeling that's getting a little bit close to view button, my friend. I refunded Simi's one, gotcha. I didn't know. Okay, Katari. I know it's a small thing, but thank you for helping moderate the YouTube chat. Like, that's very helpful.
So just a bit of love to Qatari, who does a lot of work across multiple different roles, is a great viewer, and just helps out in multiple little ways that you maybe don't expect. They make for wonderful mods, so thank you very much. It's much appreciated. And great taste in Final Fantasy games. You were there for a lot of the Final Fantasy VII playthrough I did, and that was much appreciated too. We also ought to talk about this game that is now on our screen. Qatari can be complimented by the rest of you guys in chat. We probably ought to compliment what we're seeing on our screen in terms of WE and Top Esports doing the drafting thing. The double poke engage options away from Jackie and the Ashe and the Varus. Ambessa as well against Zuian. On the other side, Ori Rumble and the Scion Karma's up. So those are all very good first pick options. Interesting is blue side first pick. Look at that so often. Ezreal then gets locked in. Are we Karma responding? Kate Karma for Jackie Fongyue. Jarvan's very strong on the patch. Monkey likes to do things like Skarner and... I'm forgetting the other one from him here. Yeah, I mean, there's the Karma. Not surprising. Don't want to give that up to the Ezreal. He likes Skarner Trundle sometimes into the Jarvan, unless he's going for something a bit more standard. We've seen the Pantheon struggle early on into it. You can also Nocturne. We just Rise Pantheon in and saying triple global will do us just fine. Congrats on the 20 streak as well, by the way, Fairytale. Well, there's the Rise. Not surprised by that. Surprised by that, rather. Bard gives you the winning bot lane. You can save Monkey's weird at champion pool for later. That makes sense. Okay, so Ezreal Bard theoretically able to throw some fire around against the Karma lanes. Annie Jarvan is a really nasty CC duo, right? So not a lot the Rise gets to do about that. No, not really. Especially now he doesn't have the phase rush. He's going to be obligated to run Ghost here, I think. And then he'll run into the issue of still not being able to get out of the Cataclysm super smoothly unless he's got Realm Warp up. And even that's not exactly an easy escape, per se. Very dangerous mid-jungle now. And of course, between the Karma now and the Annie, the ability to go for those early skirmishes, early invades, very strong. Monkey's going to need a champion that can either fight early or stay out of the way of the Jarvan, which is likely going to be looking for invades. Jin Zhao would have been it, so that's going to get removed. I assume on the other side it'll be AD carries, right, that go with the Karma. Sivir would have been an annoying move speed to go with Karma's move speed. And also a hyper carry when your damage is a little bit burst heavy and a bit one item spiking. Annie not necessarily known for having the greatest scaling damage. We've seen some very good damage games from Annie recently, which I've not kind of been tracking particularly well. It'll be another jungle ban here against Monkey. Vi or Neferi would have been the two options, I think. They'll go towards the Neferi. They'll be saving last pick for Zuian. I have no doubt will top Esports. Yeah, okay. Yorick is a final ban against Zuian. Interesting. Bit more of a sort of split push option into some things like the Jace. To the Gnar. Jin to go with the Karma gives you a bit of extra utility, could follow up. I think the Caitlyn is better value off the early power. If you go Jin, you really need Zuian to pull his weight in terms of the damage, I think. It's a squishy enough comp, though, to be fair, that the Jin will be dangerous at 2 items in a way he's not always guaranteed to be. Have to blind pick top. The Jace would make sense, right? Because the Yorick is the more annoying matchup for the Jace, which is kind of what we expected once we saw the Yorick ban. And Lee Sin for Monkey for the early firepower. You can play with the Bard really well. You've got good setup with the Rise. Skirmishing is decent there. Scaling is decent there. You don't have the most CC. Your CC is good Bard Qs. Rune Prisoners, so you've got a little bit of pick. And obviously Lee Sin can do some fun stuff. if you Cassante here, I think TES may end up in a bit of a weird spot in terms of damage. Don't know if I love that. Okay, so folks, if you don't want adverts, now is the time to subscribe. Now is the time. Do it now, or I shall laugh at you as you have to watch your adverts. Ha 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 ha. If for those of you who are not going to get hit by the ads, stick around. We'll try and break down this draft a little bit. So top esports, Jarvan, Karma, plus the Annie. Plan basically is get early lane prio through mid and bot, and then try and set up for very aggressive early skirmishes and power there in the enemy jungle in particular, because theoretically you should be able to go into the enemy jungle with those lanes and full send at levels 1 or like 3 through, I want to say like 9. First item mark can be very, very potent. Xante's there for some front line. You won't get to the point, right, where John puts down a Cataclysm and you get like Care Bear. Hilarious that Care's playing this game. Xante, Jin, all setting up a load of utility and trying to lock people in place to blow them up. You do run into the issue that if the Annie and or Jin fall behind, your damage kind of gets very limited. On the other side, Ezreal, Jace double poke, Ryze hyperscaling, Lee Sin's not bad damage either. You could end up losing some DPS checks, though I think for the side of WE, Ezreal Bard needs to fight real hard for prio. Try and make sure that Monkey can fight in these early stages against what will likely be some early invades. Have a few Gyos to go, and then we'll get into the game. Gyos completed, and some agreement, right? WE aren't the tankiest team, right? Like their tankiest member is going to be the Ryze. Maybe, I don't know, a GA on Lee Sin or something. So theoretically, the lower damage threshold from TES will not be the biggest problem. But I do think there is a world here where you full send with the Jarvan Annie, get one person and realize you've still got to deal with the consistent DPS of Ezreal, Jace, Ryze, because you are largely outranged this game. Jin adds a sort of abstraction into that, and then obviously Jarvan and Karma speeds you up, Annie, Jarvan speed forward. You have got a fairly good all-in, so theoretically you can close the distance okay. But I do think there's a world here where if you just sit there and eat a load of poke, it's going to be a bad time. The Cassante can theoretically deal with some of it, but as expected, Annie and the Karma Jin are getting a lot of early shove. With the upside theoretically being Jarvan can then look to invade in the early stages of this game. Congrats to Cream on 200 match days. Big threshold to hit, number 42 in the league. All time that time, been coming to play since 2021. Monkey now going to look through an early gank here onto Cream. Ah, there's the flash room prison. Does it matter? Yeah, can't quite follow up that much further, but still flash for flash. Theoretically, both junglers can look at that. Hey, Satellite, good to see you. Good early shove and chunk. About dropping a little bit of CS here, somewhat expected. Jackie is a mean old Jin as well. You will remember split 1 of Winter last year. Or rather, I suppose split 1 of Winter is a bit reductive because they're one and the same thing. But, you know, you get the point. He and Leave were doing some crazy late game shenanigans on the champion. Late game Jin damage was pretty ridiculous. Re-invade for the Raptors. Ah, that was an early Dragon Strike. I saw that, Tien. Oops. Also, theoretically, you should auto one of the little ones first. They all come and stack up in a line so you can get a better queue. Could have been more efficient there, not gonna lie. Doesn't lead to too much strife though. They'll get the return of Feng Yue having gone for that little invade. Might see the Raptors stolen away on the other side. Of course, they're not going to be up, so Monkey will put down a ward here, I expect. Then maybe wait and see whether the Jarvan goes into a place they shouldn't have done. Cream's collapsing. They've got an idea about what's going on here. This could get spicy. Over comes Karis. Okay. Flag and drag traded as the Sonic Wave has landed, but that's looking better for TN because he's got Conquest out. The Rune Prison comes on down. Both junglers end up a little low. Monkey's going to want to try and play for this regardless, I think. Bot lane, about, playing the 1v2. Bard's going back and Deadly Flourish. Soul Flare won't quite be enough, but about is left real low. Monkey's instead going to invade onto the Krugs. So TN should still lose a camp here. Just kind of messed around with enough to slow that down. And honestly, Raptor's probably slightly more experienced, but the gold from Krugs feels pretty good. Not always the fastest to do as an AD champion of Krugs. They've got quite good armor. They've not got very good magic resist. That's the trade. I'm not used to seeing Ryze without phase rush. Yeah, I know. Storm Raiders just isn't good enough for him at the minute. He doesn't get it. It takes too long for him to proc it. At least until later on where it's less needed anyway. Gonna try and jump up in now. There's the stun. Is around though. Messes with Cream a bit. Phew! I don't know why I say it like that. I had fun with it. Top of Strikes Part 3. Goes wide. Take away the Gromp. Karis throws out an auto or two. That'll be the end of that. Relatively quiet early game. Invade traded for invade. I suspect TN's going to look to go back in here. Doesn't have to shove mid in the way that I think he did earlier, though. So those Raptors get taken by Monkey. I do kind of want to see TES do some stuff around that kind of 10 to 15 minute mark. Again, a lot of utility, a lot of CC chains. Good front line with the Enchanter behind. But as I said, I think they might hit a point where their DPS check can get a bit dicey. Especially if, God forbid, Cream or Jackie fall significantly behind here. It's a squishy enough comp that it may not matter. From WE. Tibbers comes on down. Hugs were had. TN's got level 6. Ward hop away. Are we cataclysming this? We are. Is Monkey going to need to kick? He is. Cream's coming with the stun, though. Does get that anyway. I think he got trapped on the wall a bit there. Well, there's the flash follow. Karis speeds away. Going to try and realm warp out. Should just about escape there, actually. The CC's all down. So flash from Feng Yue, flash from TN. Traded for flash from Monkey, but Karis without the TP and has gone teleport this game. Ooh, stretch this leg out a bit. Oh, that's a lot of flashes. It was to not get anything, really. Karis held on to his, which I think is actually genuinely very clutch. Oh, and that interrupts the back as well. That's annoying. Good shot from about. Who has fallen down a bit in this bot lane. It's somewhat expected. Jin Karma is very obnoxious, but still, Ezreal Bard, my impression is it should be able to fight that, because Ezreal Bard is a pretty premier bot lane in and of its own right. Still, it's within touching distance. And I think that's be more than playable. Dragon started by WE. Should be able to pick that up. Not the earliest, but hey. Are we seeing a contest? No, not really. A couple wards drop down. Feng Yue might spot things out at this point, but realistically, Jarvan's not going to get here anywhere near in time to stop this happening. Karis had his flash on cooldown still. Right. Thought it had just come off, my bad. I was a little bit surprised he didn't flash there. Out comes Tibbers again, just for the chunk. Maybe a fight over these grubs incoming, guys. Monkey does need to queue away to the Gromp. Gets away. Single grub taken. Tip is still out for a second or two longer. And Creep's going to hold on to his stun here in case someone walks over. Zuyan's walking down as well. I was a little surprised to see Zuyan just say, hey, look at this comp is going to go Cassante. But then again, Cassante is not bad extra damage into a relatively squishy comp. Also, you need someone who can tank up some of the poke that'll be coming up from about and Cube. So, sort of see the thought process here. It's just not necessarily a Zuyan pick, if you see what I mean. Is still here. Gonna try and mess with the Q. Flag and drag away. Won't be able to Q onto that grub. Did go down to 1 HP, but hey. Successfully take 2. Cube doing his best to get a bit of a shove topside. It's kind of gone even, which is not necessarily the best for the Jace. You're gonna keep this Cassante down to size. You want to try and pick up a little bit of something here and there. Not really happened so far. Q3Y. There's the acceleration gate. Just use that to stuff onto the wave. Grasp for Aftershock on the Cassante. Don't see that much Aftershock Cassante, it has to be said. Though into the range matchup and as the front line, I sort of see the thought process. Grasp tends to be his default, though, again, into the Jace. How many times are you really going to get a Grasp proc? Because you do have a fair number of ways of threatening melee options. You see it into the Gnar quite a lot. You know, you can footwork into Q3 to pull someone back for that Grasp proc. But do fuck, you normally have more options to get Grasp procs than a lot of other melee tanks. Am I just mad here? Am I forgetting a lot of Aftershock Cassante games? Wolf curse, bro. Oh, Wolf. Damn it, dude. Monkey now in mid. Not going to find too much there, I don't think. Jackie speeding up a little bit there with Karma behind. Gets the auto dancing grenades. Little chunk there onto Fongyue. Usually go Grasp. Yeah, that was my understanding, right? So interested to see the Aftershock. It does allow you to potentially just say, hey, right, let me just bulldoze through the first interaction with the CC and be annoying from there. Next Dragon's a minute and a half away. Might see a bit of a fight over that. Nice jump from Cube. Where's the Aftershock? There it is. Cube's going to time it out, though. Then Thundering Blast. Ah, now Zuyan's in trouble. As Upcon 2 members, the Q3 doesn't change anything. And Karis gets first blood. Nicely done. Yeah, that's nice work there from Cube. Gets a good chunk. Waits for the Aftershock to time up before throwing out that Thundering Blow. Monkey might get jumped on here. Sees what's going on. Needs to be aware of the flag and the drag. Doesn't want to Q too easy. We can W out now. There comes the shot blast. Will likely die, but Tien now in danger himself. When's he got his flag and drag? Cream's coming up as well. Damage back is good. Flash away from Tien, but Karis is there. And that'll be a second kill back. Okay, well, Tien does get the kill. But Cube makes it a lot more dicey. It takes a long time for Monkey to fall. Cream doesn't want to burn the flash to get involved. And as a result, Karis just sort of gets to meander up and get a kill. So 2-0 for the Rise versus a 1-1 Jarvan, who's dead as Dragon. Hannah will be spawning shortly. A little bit of a tete-a-tete in mid lane, but Cream, I don't actually know whether he has the most fun into the Chain Lace Crushers here. So yeah. Maybe didn't expect to proc Grasp off enough through versus Jace. That's clearly the theory, right? But then, I hate to say it, but how much are you going to be proccing Aftershock versus the Jace? Like, it'll be better for the team fights. But I also think, and we also see there, like, Cube just full sense. Flash away into the waiting arms of Karis. They had Cream coming, so the idea was they hoped to play the 1v2. Because the thing is, as Cassante, between Footwork, Pathmaker, and your Q3, you've actually got quite a lot of ways to drag Jace into melee to get a Grasp proc. So I actually don't think it's that hard to get Grasp procs as Cassantes versus champions like Jace. But the Aftershock theoretically is better for the kind of team fight brawl. I think it does hurt your laning power versus the Jace at like 1 item. But hey, even enough in farm that kind of got through lane regardless, and then we'll have that ability to play out the team fights with the Aftershock a bit better. Less good for those 1v1. Magical Journey over. Overcomes a lot of WE, but I think Ura's now in danger as Tien's going to full send. Will likely get the kill here, but the Tempered Fate denies a little bit of damage onto Karis. Ura survives. Tien is dead. Now the teleports start flying. Can Ura get out with a Magical Journey? Stun on the Dragon, but the Disintegrate comes up forward. Still going to be the 1-for-1 in that regard, though, because the Annie gets blasted by Karis and Monkey. Cube goes to the skies, but it's down to 1v3 effectively. Jackie gets it with the curtain call. Monkey's left low. Zuyan will pathmaker forwards and get another. The Cassante finally falls into another bloodbath about trying to hop on forwards. Can't kill Jackie. Realm Warp from Karis. Deadly Flourish just wide with the Z-axis silliness. Fogman needs to run away from Karis, and that ends up as a what? 4 for 4? What? Jackie gets crazy value at the end there on the Jhin. Doesn't quite fall down as About tries to DPS jet, can't quite get it. Starts with a very aggressive Magical Journey, and Tien ends up a little bit deep. The Tempered Fate hit denies a little bit of Karis' damage, really, honestly, as Fongyue flashes on out. Not the best Magical Journey, and then Ura says, I need a Magical Journey at the back here. Tries to Q Cream through the Dragon, but the Q is already flying, the Incinerator's already flying, so they full send on the Cream, blowing up, and I thought at this point, WE in a great position. But Zuyan with his Aftershock, with the All Out, with Jackie trading super well with the barrier, things get interesting, but back to life we go. Monkey into the backline, immediately just blasted. Q3 is deadly as hell. Aftershock comes on forwards. The Tofo strikes were problematic. Lose the jungler, Dragon's up. Tien's still at half, so not in a great spot, and Jackie's also at half without flash or barrier. There's still a lot of poke here from WE, so they can potentially look to play out a slower fight, but I think they're more interested in playing through mid and getting a good chunk onto this turret. Cassante, with this Aftershock, has proven more obnoxious in the team fights than I expected. But Monkey now 1 and 3 has kind of been blown up on his entry into the fights a couple times. Couple very big team fights in a row. Led to basically even game. TES just about coming out the better of that last one. The problem is Karis is now 5-0 on this rise, by the way. 5-0. Like, of all the places for these kills to go. That voice crack was one of mild perplexion. Perplexity? Perplexedness? Me being perplexed. Tempered Fate onto Cream. Can Cube trade onto Tien here? No, not really. Okay, so ult traded. Didn't expect Tien to be around. Makes things a bit dicey, but there you go. Monkey's going to solo out the Herald. Oh. Stutter there. I'm going to quickly refresh here. Just to make sure the feed is clean. Especially if we've got a dive coming. Oh yeah. Please don't murder me. We good? Okay, end of that play. Monkey's going to get run at here. Should still be able to finish up this. And does manage to pick up the Herald. Kick away. Q3 doesn't really land. And Monkey should be able to dance away from that Deadly Flourish. Nicely done. Right, quick refresh, guys, to invalidate some of that CC. Not the CC, the stuttering, rather. Yeah, he is getting very close to Dr. Manhattan. I agree. There is a certain blue man nexus of power that's building in mid lane. Like, genuinely, that alone could cost LP Esports this game. The fact that Karis could theoretically just 1v5 now. Well, will be able to, right? Like, he still needs to complete the Seraphs, but he's got an Arm Guard very early on. He's got the tier stacking well. I think if we get level 15 off Roa, Seraphs early. Also, his Roa is going to tick up to some pretty obscene levels here. So he's still got 3 levels to go. He will absolutely be able to tick up to minimum 14. Hell, he might, because of these 5 kills worth of experience, be able to tick up to 16 off Roa. Herald now charging down towards this bot lane. No one's taken a turret yet. This could theoretically be one. Couple grubs. Top Esports might have been able to leverage them. Of course, while everyone's now turned up bot, Gonna see Cube on this Jace turn up top. Cube's Jace was getting banned from him earlier in the split, getting picked a fair amount of time. We're a bit perplexed by saying WE. Cube on carries, Cube on Jace, are we sure? But actually, of late, you know, with WE looking a little bit better, particularly in these early stages, Cube, you know what? I'm not gonna hate seeing you on the Jace. First turret win percentage is 27%, but that just tells me they've only gotten first turret in like 4 games, guys. So, you know, not exactly the biggest sample size for a team that's just done a lot of losing. They were 0-16 for the majority of the split. That Tempered Fate is kind of nasty, actually. Jackie, ooh, that's a chunk. Monkey might be in danger here. Flags and drag through. Feng Yue going to try and trade out pretty well here, but the tether is broken. No renewal going to be found there. The shot blasts tanked up by the Golden Aegis. Out comes the curtain calls. There's a blast cone available. Should be all right. Monkey not going to get tagged either. That'll be Scuttle Crab to top Esports, but a few ults burn to make that happen. And Karis, whoa, Clean Feed had a moment. Should be able to pick up another turret in this bot lane. And Jason Rise in a side lane here. I don't think the Cassante or the Annie are going to have a lot of fun into either, you know, guys. Both are very mobile with form change, acceleration gate, Ghostblade, actually not the Voltaic from Cube to have more move speed. It's going to be very annoying. And then you've also got Rise with his own ability to speed away with a passive, plus the Seraphs, the Roa, the Zhonyas, the Realm Warp. I think there's a world where WE can play this kind of 1-3-1, 1-4, and feel quite annoying here in terms of top Esports' absolute capacity to turn around on that. Again, you do have an ability to CC someone very hard if you do get good timers and good vision control that you can sort of gank someone without them being respectful of how far up they are, you know, with Jin W and the rest of it. Here's that replay. I'm assuming just got caught. Flash over from was looking for the flash binding. Didn't quite find it. Still, does get a fair amount of damage off Jackie. Dragon started. Be second for top Esports. Down a half. TP in. Comes the Jace as well, also TPing, but Suyan with that massive shield in the aftershock is going to be a real problem to cut through at this point. The armor pen's not really there right now. Managed to do a fair amount of work. There's the dragon secured, and Zuyan's just still not lost that shield. Finally does. Karis, pretty scary. Bash for the incinerate from the Annie, though. Oh, boy. I was worried about the damage, but not if Annie finds moments like that. It's superb from Creep. The stun into the Cataclysm. Out comes the curtain call. Karis does at least trade back one, but everyone else is falling. Baron's alive, I think. After that wonderful send from Cream, they can turn to Baron. No damage thresholds be damned. Please get us a replay, because I think Cream hit 4 people there. At the very least 3. Excellent, excellent flash W. The Disintegrate catches them all. And instead, they can't turn to Baron. Not quite enough HP. He thought about it. But hey. Dragon secured. Lots of kills secured. Tight game. I genuinely thought they could still do it. They might still look at it, you know, just off the resets. Baron's going to get a bit of a stun. Monkey should pick up this Scuttle Crab, I think. Yeah, it does. Got a little nervous there that Jackie might nab that away. Hasn't gone for DFT. He's gone for the fleet. Jin damage on Baron's impossible. Yeah, that's kind of my worry. Is that maybe they could still do it regardless. Perhaps a bit of touch slow. Even with the front line. Here we go again. Watch Cream here. Watch this flash. Rocket Belt. Flash W on 4. Oh, into the Q3. All out. And the Cataclysm. Oh, man alive. Back to life we go. TP behind here. Here comes Rise. Jackie could be threatened. So could Feng Yue. All the while Zuyan's not having the most fun as he's trying to buy time in all-out form. Karis now actually somewhat split off. Does a lot of damage to Jackie. Has got an arm guard to work with, so can potentially go golden. Does immune Cream stun as a result. Big damage back onto Zuyan, who's tanky, but the Realm Warp out from Karis will be needed to escape. Takes low, so is about. No one really tanking up those curtain call shots well, but out of the Cataclysm we go. It's gone too deep. Now Monkey into the man. of bodies. Will pick up another 2 or other. Top Esports a little lower than they would like. They lose Monkey, but Tien and Feng Yue traded deep from both junglers there. It's a tight run game, guys. Tien isn't all that tanky if he goes forwards first, it must be said. The Cassante very much is. Tempered Fate nearly caught him, and I thought this flank angle might be pretty decent. But Zuian is such a bulwark in this front line. Right now, he is very much a linchpin in terms of ability to buy up the time of 3 members and just deal with it. Karis does a lot of damage, and this Q3 is well immune into the golden from that arm guard, so Cream can't follow up. I think if the stunner come on through, Karis will be having a lot more danger, but gets to Realm Warp out to safety. The curtain call bullets were really, really alarming, and you can see why Tien thought, you know what, I can probably full send here, but the barrier is really well timed. Can't quite get the damage. Tien gets blasted. Cube goes absolutely massive with his own accelerated shot blast, and Zuian just about survives with the footwork. Jack show Iceborne Gauntlet is just a lot of resist with the aftershock. Okay, Zuian is still level 16. He's going to be with that aftershock very tanky. Q3 on 2. All out. Kick away. Monkey's dead. That's unfortunate. Again, they just can't burn down this Cassante. An Infinity Edge now on Jackie as well. Maybe we can finally get this mid turret. They can look at Baron at least for the fight. Monkey being down for 30 seconds is pretty huge. He's 1 and 6. He's not had a lot of fun on this Lee Sin, actually. Must be said. Good damage. Back away. No one can really force Baron. The problem is top esports are running into is like they're getting these kills and then can't actually convert it into Baron because their Baron damage is so low. And I think WWE are calling a bluff going, yeah, bet, I don't think you're really going to be able to do all that much with this Baron. Level 16 for Karis, by the way, who is now at critical mass on this rise. Would love that Zonya's, but it's got the lost chapter for what will likely be Actualizer, I think, 3rd. Might be Leandri's, you know. Well, actually, would it be? No, not from a lost chapter. That would be Haunting Guys. I suppose it could be Blackfire, but I don't think that's that great this game. Dragon's going to get started. They're giving this up. Last 2 Dragon fights have been appalling from WE. Maybe Monkey goes to the steal. If he gets this wrong, though... yeah, don't do it. About stacking his 2nd tier. Indeed, double tier. Ezreal is very much a thing. The Seraph's 4th, basically. Once you complete your Muramana, basically, you can convert to another tier. The extra AP scalings feel really good. Makes you a lot hard to bring down. Shirley's from Feng Yue for more move speed. Serpent's Fang, probably wise from Cube, into Karma and Annie. Even the... Jarvan. I was going to call him J, which is the wrong one. Too many J champions in this game. No one called the LCK cast. Orcs and Atlas waking up. Summoned by the champions. Baron's still up. And again, I don't... it's just such a weird game. Because at this point, we are getting to the point where Jackie's hitting critical mass himself. GA's done from Tien. That's kind of important. Zeke's done from Zuian to have more ults. Be a bit more damaging considering he's necessarily going to be having much support in the mix of things right now with the way things have been going. Maybe the Jarvan joins, but not been that simple. Problem is on the other side, like Monkey's finally got Black Cleaver. He's not had the greatest game on the Lee Sin of all time, it must be said. But Cyril's in for about. Black Cleaver's in for Karis. Got a Last Whisper for Cube. We're getting to the point where there is enough pen, and I think the raw amount of damage is going to start becoming really problematic here And again, we've still got these side lane issues of Karis and Cube will be able to side lane in a way that I think is going to be very annoying for top esports to respond to. Jackie's, of course, still very scary. Into a squishy enough composition, I think. We have seen those curtain calls be very, very dangerous. Cube just hanging around looking for some shot blasts, seeing what can be found. Doesn't quite find Jackie there. Karis shoving top. It's another slow game, guys. 2 minutes till Seoul, though, and top esports can just say, cool, I'm going to fight you around that. You've not had a lot of fun around these objectives. And WE's objective fights have been very poor around Dragons. It's cost them a number of games and series, bluntly. Actualize It is done for Karis now, though, alongside that Zonya's. I mean, this Rise could just blow everyone up. Ura's using his body to body blocks to sort of like battle ward rather some of this. Magical Journey's out. Damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario here as well, with Baron being threatened. This mid lane turret still standing has been very annoying for top esports, it must be said. They're going to try and hard force it. 3-shot barrage comes flying. Should be able to hold on to it just about. Jace gets the wave shoved. They didn't have the Ezreal there to clear the wave a bit more aggressively. They should get that turret in the picture-in-picture. There we go. And that's just going to get quite annoying, because now they can do the same over on that tier 2. The whole wave crash into the inhibitor turret. Cube is beginning to get quite a significant CS lead here, actually. About 50 odd, 40 seconds. We'll reset. 2-shot barrage doesn't catch anyone resetting. Just checking that little alcove between Raptors and mid turret there. You often catch people resetting off the main line, so to speak. Fongyue eats about a third of its HP bar there from the shot blast. Era has some Mikhails, though. Well, that could be a big cooldown. Oh, Jackie. Damn, he hurts. Okay. Karis going to try and threaten here from this bush. But again, one of the things that WE are running into the issue was if Jackie hits someone, they have a bad day. True shot barrage. Doesn't hit anyone. Oh, this could be problematic. WE now trying to force their way around the back of the pit to regroup a little. There's some honey fruit helps about, feel happier. Monkey on the flank up, but these wards, these Jin traps are all over for top esports. Dragon started, and this split is very top esports favored. Into the back line goes Monkey. Drop down onto the cataclysm. 3-man on Tofo strikes, and the flanking Lee Sin finds nothing. Nothing at all. Jackie flash barriers survives, and he's just better. The best AD carry in the LPL deletes all of WE's hopes and dreams. Do not doubt this man's Jin.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Oh, Monkey went looking for the Hail Mary flank. Jin just said no. Look again. They know he's there. They know he's there, and he still gets across. Looks to flash onto Jackie. Goes into the middle of the team. Barrier flash. The flag and drag through from TN into the cataclysm. You know what? Perhaps I was a little unfair on the rest of top esports there. Sure, Jackie deletes a load of fools, but TN and Zuyam were so ready to peel. The flag and drag through absolutely everyone into the cataclysm. The 3-man on Tofo strikes. Jackie surviving to do all that damage is great. Don't get me wrong. And I'll stand by the hyperbole. That's fine. Made for a nice casting moment. However, let's be real. Jackie standing on the shoulders of giants there a bit. And those giants are named Tien and Zuyan there. Karis also full sent it. Actualized. Got nothing. Now Infernal Soul and Baron at this point top esports should realistically be able to break the stall. But WE have been holding this game in. The Infernal Soul forced them to come fight. And fight they do. Not to much avail, though. Cube has to get cleansed. As the Deadly Flourish landed. Really struggled to threaten this Jhin this game. Oh, full send from Cream. Flash for the Incinerate. And About is a dead man. Not walking, he's kind of just sitting there twiddling his thumbs until the keyboard is reactivated in 49 seconds, but that's far too far away. Monkey kicks a member sort of perpendicularly to where he wanted to go, and Jackie just stands and delivers, gets shielded by Feng Yue. Monkey's just not been it this game. The Lee Sin has been clutching at straws and found nothing at all. 22 kills to the good top Esports. Bring down the Nexus. It is a slow grind of a game. But the Dragon fights were just unplayable for WE. It felt like they could not get anywhere near this Jhin without putting themselves out of position. Top Esports in the end made it look pretty easy from those particular objective win cons. Hello, folks. Initialise here. Still a little under the weather, so hope you enjoyed the cast nonetheless. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us all today. Shout out to Alex for running that first series and having some fun with it. WE, you know what? Competitive. I like what they were trying to do on the side lanes. I liked how they still managed to find some picks and they got some pretty good points of power. Thought the draft was quite good fun in its own way. But basically, they just struggled to get past the front line in a way that I thought they'd be able to just burn their way through stuff. But the objective setups weren't great. The Jhin got to the point where he was able to threaten anyone who stepped forward looking for a fight. Hello, 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 folks. Good to see you all. I think... who gets MVP here? Zwian was really annoying. Jackie did a lot of damage. I'd be tempted to give it to the Cassante, you know. Cream also had some really nice stuns. Jarvan had some good cataclysms. Hey, Macaria, welcome on in. Hope you guys are doing well. Appreciate you guys. Much love. Shout out to Macaria. Mods, you mind giving Macaria a bit of a shout out as well? Always fun to see them come and raid over. Great to see someone else grinding away in the same sort of space that we are. He's a lovely bloke as well. Could not ask for a great person to be joining the co-streaming grind with. Thank you for the follow there. To Turd. Great name. Send you a love letter on DC. Aww. But welcome on into all the raiders. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you've not hit that follow button, please do. If you don't know who we are, I'm Initialise. I stream here with Alex, otherwise known as Nymaera, who's channel you're on right now. We're brothers, so we do a lot of this casting thing together. Alex did the first series, I'm doing the second. I'm a little under the weather, so doing 2 series today might have been a bit much. So I appreciate you all guys all coming on in and making me feel well when I'm feeling a bit miserable, guys. The illness, the lurgy has claimed me. Wait, how did we lose? Forced to come fight at Seoul, basically. Forced to come fight at Seoul. Monkey just didn't have a great game, honestly, on the Lee Sin. Tried to get onto Jackie Love, got the kick, but Jackie survived because Tien and Zwian really did a good job of peeling. They full contact team fighting with the best of them. Flag and drag through like the rest of the team. Cataclysm on 3. Like, they basically meant that the kick on Jackie meant nothing. And WE got some good gold. We saw what they were doing with the damage. Not the damage, the gold they managed to pick up. Thought the comp was going to scale pretty well. We're going, oh man, top Esports, you're going to be a bit shy on damage here. I think the point, like this 5-0 Rise is going to be a bit of a raid boss, but they just couldn't kill Zwian in good order. They couldn't threaten people like Jackie at all. And there you go. There you go. Folks, we're about to run some ads. I'm about to turn the camera off briefly as well. If you don't want to see ads, Raiders, this is a great opportunity to hit that follow and subscribe button. Get yourself some water. Get yourself locked in for at least one more game here. Be much love to those of you who do. And of course, if you don't want to see ads, subscribe, guys. Subscribe. Man, like, if they managed to kill Jackie, like, one time. But he was so fast, and we're getting shields from Annie, shields from Karma, Jarvan and Cassante being incredibly annoying. Thank you for the love message on Discord as well, appreciate it. Nice to have a little bit of people saying we did a good job. Monkey, yeah. I mean, it was desperation stations. I see what they're trying to do, right? But they just couldn't, like, the Cassante was really obnoxious, and I thought that the aftershock might have been a bit overkill. But you know what worked really well? Like, this was almost brilliant, right? Like, if that rune prison had been immediate, Jackie was dead. It wasn't. Flag and drag into 3-man Cataclysm, into 3-man on Tofo strikes. I mean, oh. The CC trades got ridiculous. NIP got 2-0'd. They did, though. Yeah, no, they did. Game. A Monkey again having a try. Like, basically, the issue they ran into is in a front to back. Monkey was the only person who could get anywhere near Jackie Love. And he had to go through absolutely ridiculous, indeterministic cycles to try and get there. Like, oh, ward hop here to Q here to wait for the W to get back here and hope I avoid vision and Tofo strikes here. Like, it's just a nightmare. I hadn't kind of registered that the Jin would be given so much free space, really, because I thought the front line would get melted a bit more easily by all the damage. It just didn't happen. TN died a few times that way, but the Cassante in particular was such a menace. Jackie gets MVP. Not really a surprise, guys. He was rather good. Let me also flick our audio over. I need to remember to do that. And I think that's probably fair. Did a lot of damage. Stayed alive the entire game. In a game where your damage was theoretically quite low, especially if the Jin wasn't useful, he was, in fact, very useful. Oh. Oh, chat, right, I'm gonna get myself another coffee. Be right back before the next game, so we'll... Didn't catch the first series, but how is Nia doing? He's doing all right. He's had a bit of a mixed bag. He had a pretty good series today, though. I think it's probably fair to say. Whew. But yeah, I need to go get that coffee. Interesting, Mecha. Okay. How many supports do we get from Peter back? Oh, I mean, Doctam and Life were once quite a good duo. I think both of them have been playing relatively poorly. I don't know whether support changes fix things. I think it's easy to say, to change the player. That's the problem. And don't get me wrong, like that Camille game weren't it, but when Camille goes wrong, it doesn't go wrong quietly, does it? Back to the... I have coffee and a dream. To be expected, rookie shoes are quite hard to fill, yeah. Okay. I think BLG winning first time some of our rookies this split has made catching LPL a lot more enticing me than LCK. So there's some truth to that. Like, to be fair, I think LPL's got some really good teams right now. Really good teams. I think BLG look good fun. I think the likes of Top Esports, AL, JDG, all certainly teams with a lot of, like, capacity for greatness. NIP are really good fun. I've been enjoying the Ascension games this split. Been good fun. Yeah, NIP had a really bad day today. They, especially coming off like a really good showing against AL. A bit disappointed to see them be so off color there. I think we'll be getting onto stage fairly shortly here. Oh. Oh. Flick this over. I'll come say hello. We ought to pause this now. There we go. Oh, bit of rocky music. Yeah, to be honest, Dante, he flew under a lot of people's radar. He flew under my radar. He'd been like almost the definition of middle of the pack for a very long time, and he's been very, very good. Yeah, he's putting a lot of work. Him and Joe have got a really good lane. I think again they're a little bit hit and miss of late, but I still think they've been top 3 bot lane in the league, which is crazy to see. Like, again, there are players individually who perhaps been better back in, like Jackie right now. Phenomenal player. Him and Fongy have been a very good duo. On's been very good individually. Viper's put out a lot of damage. You can have those conversations about where they are in the split. Gala's been on better form. They, again, had a rough showing yesterday. And that makes things quite interesting. It does, especially because we'll see how they do against some of these duos as we start to edge towards playoffs and the like. Still, Game 2 draft here between WE and Top Esports, and that discussion perhaps can hold while we look at picks and bans. Ashe, Vi, Nocturne away to double diving junglers. Pantheon locked in. The Jarvan, which would have made things tricky, gone. Varus banned on the other side. The Ori Rumble obligated to be taken off the board. There's no Pantheon to pair that up with. Okay, issue there. Don't know what the issue was, but it's there. Oh, where you're at. Oh, phase out for 2 seconds, guys. Phase out for 2 seconds, I swear. Definitely investing in some assumed stocks after these splits, of course. Putting all my stocks on Sheer as well. I mean, Sheer's been good fun. I think he had a bad showing yesterday, game 2, where he had the Vayne and just tried to overforce in team fights more than he should have done. A lot of tumbles into death, which wasn't great. I also get that a lot of that was in response to one of his teammates going down, so he was trying to full send to get something back from a difficult game scenario, but still, expect better. I think if you want stocks, go 1xN. That guy is so good. So good. Don't necessarily know what's happening here. Yeah, I need a physical poke button I can get to press set to get Sam's attention when he's phasing out. Very true. Yes, always a possibility. Remaking draft? Yup. Don't necessarily know why, though. Again, we saw the Pantheon locked and immediately fall through the draft. So I don't know whether it was a bug, whether something got banned that it shouldn't have done. We'll find out. An emergency mod button that makes Sam's phone ring or something would be very funny if we could trust his mods. Yeah, to be fair, a load of you are degenerates. Let's be real. Thank you for the follow, and welcome on in. We are not. Considering the amount Amber has to keep you in line. We are outstanding model chatters. A model of what? Enjoying? A model of the Mos Esper Cantina? A more villainous hive of scum and villainy you will never find. More wretched hive of scum and villainy you will never find. Caught? Hopefully should be getting back into draft fairly shortly. There we go, Cream's Annie. He fantasy had a very good Annie game. We are taking a while to get into draft here, guys. Yeah, Mr. Akshat, like I might do a little bit on my channel, but here we don't bother. But it's, you know, because of, so just a heads up, like by all means ask the question. Just we're not gonna get an answer. Just let you know we're into draft. Okay, that's better. Yeah, it looks like it was a tech issue then, because that's a significant amount of time than just a draft that fell through. So this should be Pantheon locked, right? Yes. Okay. What's going on with the headphone hair there? I've got this weird, like, little split fringe thing going on. Shin's response would make some sense. Can fight early. Could theoretically do something like Lulu with it immediately. But I might be tempted to Lulu now. Your other option is Lucian. A little bit of a stutter there in the feed. Hopefully that gets sorted in a second. I'll refresh in a second or two. There we go. There you go. Hopefully that should solve it. Aurora for Cream. He's a big Aurora enjoyer. Theoretically, a Flector's Rian as well. Feels like it'd be in his wheelhouse. Clean feed, we good. Lucian Milio's the response. Fair enough about Nera. We expected that to be kind of beginning to rise in priority in the draft with where things are at. Oh yeah, don't stress Hackshot at all. Don't worry about it. I'm just used to having Alex next to me. I take the second can off so I can hear him a little easier. But them a little easier. My days, years of habit there. Ambessa. If you lock Ambessa, you ban Renekton now. Means the Aurora's not flexing. Theoretically gives Feng a counter pick, actually. But I suppose there's no world where we're seeing the Ambessa jungle Xin Zhao top with the crazy static shiv Dusk and Dawn Xin Zhao top that's been cropping up as a bit of a pseudo meme build. Possible, I suppose, actually. Yeah, with the Renekton ban unlikely. TF away from Karras would have been a good pairing with the Pantheon. It's another global threat. Could still Talia here. Kind of feeling a bit better with DFT than she was with Phase Rush. It's really helped her damage in general. Lulu Nautilus banned away. You could just Seraphine here. Corki Nami. Fine. Jackie's a good Corki. Yorick for Cube to go into the Ambessa. Yeah, not bad. You can theoretically deal with the Dark Procession a little bit, but it's not that simple. That's not that. Oh, that's fun. Got the Milio behind you to give you even more healing, so theoretically quite fun there in the extended fights. Okay. Been a while since we've seen the Aatrox top be a regular thing, but Cube's going to try and take it up here. Comes online a little bit earlier and team fights better is the honest answer. I half wonder whether the Zahen might have been the better call with that in mind into the Ambessa, but hey, Aatrox is going to be a slightly earlier spike. Not sure how that matchup goes with the changes to Ambessa of late. LeBlanc for Karras. Okay. So, early skirmishing is the name of the game for WE. They've got Pantheon LeBlanc, very scary roaming duo with very good side lanes to go play around. The Aatrox, the Lucian Milio, both very, very strong on that front. Your CC is quite limited. It is on to Pantheon W, Ethereal Chains, Aatrox knockups with his own sort of infernal chains. So really, you need to get that Pantheon pounce into follow-up and blow someone up. Because you don't have Tidal Wave, Cataclysm, Rune Prison either. Your CC is somewhat limited and somewhat conditional. Even if people like, obviously, the LeBlanc, the Aatrox can go fishing for it a little. The Nami at last pick is no surprise at all. So that puts us in the position now where actually Top Esports got themselves quite a good amount of AoE team fight themselves. Aurora Corki with the Nami Tidal Wave. Good sort of frontline and zone denial with the Ambessa and Xin Zhao diving in. Not the highest CC game in that sense either. But again, knock-up from the Xin Zhao is easy enough to get. Aurora will provide enough slows, and Nami Tidal Wave will be pretty good in its own right. We'll turn the camera off, run some ads. If you don't want to hear the ads, and, well, subscribe. That's the plan. That's the plan. Draft's locked in. Skirmishing. Aggressive early skirmishing from WE. Team fight. Their own amount of pick there. On Top Esports. Corki and Aurora looking to join the Xin Zhao on pouncing on whoever gets caught out. You're not the easiest to do that when you've got the Lucian and crew on the other side. We'll keep our eyes on it as we head on to the Rift for our potentially final game of the day. Thank you for the subscription! Courtesy of Doc Shamrock. Good timing for it. Decent trading at the early levels here. Am I seeing anything crazy in terms of our runes? No, I'm not. No DFTs. Storm Raiders. All seems to make a fair amount of sense. Appreciate you, Doc. Decent little chunk there. Good damage then. About gonna have to barrier there as TES get a good chunk forwards. That's nice work there from the Korkinami. Lucian can sometimes trade back a little well. Sometimes need a couple levels. And of course, Monkey's managed to find his way behind with a good early gank here. Gets the flash. Fongyue's going to run away best he can, but this fish is in danger. Jackie's flashing forwards, gets one back. Now he's going to be in danger himself, likely falls. But look, here comes TN. They can't get range out of W cooldowns. Monkey needs to stack up his passive. Frost bomb lands. Oh, no, no, no. He's got red buff. Is potentially in danger here as well. Backstep the wins becomes lightning 3. Talon strike knock up, not quite there. Flash from the Milio, and WE find disaster, catastrophe in the bot lane. They think they have the early gank, and they do, but they don't kill Fongyue. Jackie full sends to kill off about, then Tien gets to roam down and make matters worse. This looks good. The Ardern Blaze lands, flash for the shield vault, but about... I'm sorry, I think About just has to flash the moment that stun lands to finish up Fongyue, get that assist and just play from there. The moment they don't kill Fongyue in a good timer, and Jackie just gets to stand and deliver. Oh dear. Well, now the Corky's 2-0. Backs for Tia. And the makings of a Phage. Compared to brown bags of poor old About. Wah. 'A little bit of trading top side, so yeah, having some fun with it. I'm not seeing any crazy starting items. No Doran's Helms this time, which is the last game. As the Monkey said, do what I do. Yeah, that one was unfortunate. It's nearly genius, right? Breaking the early shove. You get the kills there, you feel so much better. The fact it doesn't happen is rough. It's really rough. Monkey's back bot. Just fighting over these control wards. Remember, they are a little shy on summoners. It get a bit spicy. Might try and interrupt the back here. Oh, Monkey's just out of range of the Aqua Prison. Can they jump forwards here? The Super Mega Blaze Kick. Don't find the shield vault. Okay. Tien's still roaming over. Don't want to full send quite yet. Maybe. Just this Tri-Brush being a consideration in general. Okay. Spicy, does that ward, still in they go. The Aegis Assault tightens through the Aqua Prison well enough. Everyone's going to back away, largely in one piece. To the dragon we look. Tien. Just looking for a little return back to his jungle. Monkey's gonna get the Skull Crab top side. Does that get him 6? No, not quite. Again, that Deathbot really turned his timers around a bit. Might fight over this red buff, though. Oh, hang on. Feng Yue's coming. This is not going to be a 1v1. Feng Yue face checks here. He might be in trouble. Ha 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 ha. Nearly got him there. Missed that one. There comes the emote. Oops. Zuyan's roaming down. Tien wins the smite fight. Karis is here. Cube is here. Is here. Feng Yue looks the Acrobrat and lands, but the H still comes on forwards. And again, the follow-up not superb. Karis looking to shove on forwards. There's the heal burn, but now Cream is here, and Karis has burned his Distort. Is he going to be forced to burn a little bit more here? Not yet. The damage not spectacular from Cream at this stage in the game. Raptors under siege. In between worlds we go. Monkey has to flash. Will not be able to get forward very easy. Good crescent guard buffer. Infernal Chains pulls Monkey back. Was a TM back forward. But the turnaround with the public execution. Monkey into the backline and Pantheon is falling. Cube with the World Ender is going, yep, no, the world defending is mine. I need to leave. Karis dances away and survives for now. He should be able to get through. Ooh, flashing the Ethereal Chains. Dash on forward with the Audacious Charge. Needs a little bit more healing. Flee! Stop stuttering! Tien dies by the looks of it, and Karis survives. And gets to reset. That's an unfortunate stutter. Clean feed. Why are we like this? Why are we like this? Nice play from Karis there. Flashes to get the chains. Makes it a bit more of an even affair. Little stutter there, but it should be fine now. Have a look at this replay, because this is kind of like 30 seconds into the play. Cream gets a fairly big between worlds. And they force into Tien, who then Crescent Guards well through the shield vault. And Zuyan has a really good angle. Flash for the public execution. Gets on top of Monkey, who dies a nasty death. And they think they can keep chasing. Tien flashes over. And the picture-in-picture, we've got some violence occurring. And Tien is dead. Nicely done there from Monkey to pick that one up with a little assistance from Karis, who's playing a mean LeBlanc game so far. A little bit of something back against top Esports, who are 1,000 gold ahead, largely in this bot lane where Jackie has just run rampant after that early gank went so wrong. Bit of a stutter again, please don't. Thank you, come back. There's the interrupt. Not too much more off that one. Can we look at a fight over anything here? No, not really. Monkey's just going to double camp and try and get what he can from his own jungle. Of course, Tien with all these wards in the bot side jungle. Realistically uncaring. Hello, League of Legends caster Initialise. Why the F are we death matching over Red Side Raptors? Regards to Rex Kirby. Because we've got an early skirmish comp that really needs to make sure that they get early skirmishing done with Pantheon and LeBlanc. Because again, if it's going straight to 5v5s, this comp's not going to have that much fun. So they want to fight in the enemy jungle. They want to get this Pantheon to the point where anyone he leaps on is legitimately at risk of dying. And that's the plan. The early dive went, or the early play bot side went very wrong. But the plays with the enemy jungle got a little bit better. He gets to go on this invade onto Raptors. Won't be able to find a diver because we will reset. Gets Eclipse, which is a good back for him. And Ambess has gone even in lane. That's always a bad sign. Sometimes she needs Eclipse before she can do that. So this should be scary. Maybe a bit of CC there onto Jack. He needs to back away as the culling comes on down. Nice, okay. Decent chunk there. Imperial Mandate's done from Feng Yue though. And of course, Nami getting to go Imperial Mandate always feels very good. He gets to hit people very hard and they cry about it. we can chunk out something a little bit more here. No? Okay. A little bit of trading happening in that top side. Cube. Let's be a bit careful of things like the grasps happening. To the dragon we look. That should be picked up fairly well by Top Esports, who will be getting their second dragon here, I believe. Indeed they are. Feels pretty good. The other thing is, because Jackie got such a crazy early start to the game, he has gotten bot lane quest already. And again to the Lucian, who wants to snowball hard into the mid game. That's not fun to see. Potential look over here at these scuttle crabs. Could be okay. Really leading to all that much. It's been a bit of a slower last couple moments. Maybe a bit of a fight now in the river. But over what, guys? Camps really to steal. Hey, Charlie. How are you doing? Shout out Charlene in chat. Wonderful streamer. Very entertaining. The best Alawi top player you're going to see. Don't watch Nymaera, etc., etc. Also been playing a lot of Garen recently, from what I remember. Tidal Wave flies across a few, force a flash out of the Milio. Karis still potentially threatening here, but will be able to distort away. The worst player ever, ... Zerif in chat is one of Nymaera's mods, actually, so, you know, maybe they have to. Nymaera hates Alawi now. Nymaera was a big Alawi player. He was a big Alawi main. He was Alawi Kane Gangplank for a lot of his champions. Always fun. So he's had a lot of thoughts on Alawi and where she is at in the current meta. So it's always interesting. I think he's been despairing of some of the decisions that have been made. Cube took a nasty chunk there actually from Zuyana. Got a very nice set of Eclipse trades off. Real OTP Alawi's hater. Yeah, fair. Fair. Also true. Potentially looking for Karis. Not going to find it. Monkey just going to try and take some of his own camps. It's just been a little bit slower. We've got a couple minutes till the next dragon. Grub spawning now-ish. Maybe some threat here. Fungu has to flash away. Gets away with it. Okay. Hang on. Damage is pretty nasty there. Make no mistake about it. Ow. Tien in danger. Has to flash. Does about survive. Now Zwion on the flank. TP behind. Cream goes across the veil. Maybe goes between worlds. Tries to blow up Monkey. The public execution. Gets on top of the Pantheon. He goes down. Karis has to hop out the back of the pit. But Tien can hunt. Has got that free Talon Strike active. The wind becomes lightning. Dodge away. The Audacious Charge will still be in range of back to his landing point. The Crescent Guard, the hop in, can't quite get the kill, but Jackie will now Valkyrie over, and I think Karis is out of cooldowns, and a flash after the Valkyrie will secure a kill onto the mid laner of WE. Smoke and Mirror's enough to survive that one. We did see a pro Alawi the other day, and it did quite well. Herald under siege nonetheless. There's no Pantheon ult. The top Esports feel like they can't finish this up. Possibly not. Possibly not. Zvian will need to back off that a little bit. A little bit dicey, guys. We good? Okay. Oh, flash. Oh, this is the replay, of course. Oh. Monkey jumps in, the Culling comes out. And it just gets a bit spicy because they don't quite get what they're looking for. And Monkey tries to flash, but the public execution follows. And at this point, Karis and crew are a little bit split off from the side. Cream gets away. Dragging in a little while yet. Of course, top esports don't have soul point. Herald coming. Here we go. Here comes this potential player. They should just get this turret at least. Ooh, the Aqua Prison. Whoa. Tidal wave after public execution. Oh no, the Herald play ain't so basic anymore. About get some shields with the warm hugs. The cozy campfire keeps him rolling for a second. Karis also left blow though. Tien can't quite get the kill he was looking for. Oh man alive. At least we can maybe get some plates bot lane, but Cream's going to trade out on that top side just fine from that regards. Zuyan is here. He's a little low after that mid lane play. Monkey's not had a good day, guys. That Lee Sin wasn't great. He's now 1-4 on the Pantheon. Ugh. We've got 3 minutes until Dragon, and again, WE have not played Dragon fights very well at all here. So basically, they're dropping Herald going, okay, well, we've lost the Dragon. We can make a play for this mid turret. Pantheon gets in, and Feng Yue just times the Aqua Prison, sees him come in, and immediately Prison, do not pass go, do not pick up 250 gold, full sent, goes down, public execution, gets onto About, who's then forced to flash, jump away, just about survives. This Mega Blaze Kick actually really clutch there, but they burned so many flashes to escape. Don't even get that turret. They finally do on the reset, so it's kind of done. Siwu played an LCK and won. That's where it was. Between worlds, About, oh my god! He's dead, no flash anymore. Now Monkey's in danger as Jackie's running out, and the Aegis Assault times out. Escapes on the Milio. Tien looking for the one becomes lightning, does manage to jump onto Karis, who backs away briefly with that distort. Mid turret finally falls. The Herald's still up. Oh, sorry, not Herald's still up. Baron's up. We just saw the Herald in mid lane. Oh dear. Bit out of it still. Scuttle Crab. Hang on. Grand Starfall. Public execution went wide, and this is now a 1v2. Flash for that Q2 doesn't quite land, but the Infernal Chains will come back as the flash shield bot allows that kill. Nicely done. Finally get a side lane play that works out. Important pickup there. And Cube's up 1,000 gold. Got the turret, got the kill. Not bad. Does it change things in what's going to be happening in around a minute or so? Because again, Ocean Soul with Bacon quite tricky. Feng Yue is going to need to flash out here. Oh dear. He got left very alone. Nice pickup. How did that happen? Well, that potentially was going to certainly deny top esports that ability to put down any wards in their own jungle. Much better last 30 seconds or so from WE. Gold lead down to under 1,000. Cube picks up the Sterax. We'll be able to fake frontline with that a little bit here. Tien's still only at 1 item here. He is going for the Dusk and Dawn, but he's not going to get there at this timer. Monkey didn't complete Steel Caps in order to get to Black Cleaver. So yeah, Tien's going for the healing, but especially because he's got Ocean Soul with you. I mean, it makes sense, right? But still, not having that here for the potentially clutch soul fight is a big deal. Jackie is very strong, however. Very strong. Likely building, I want to say Hex Optics third into this comp. EP, and we are going to fight this, but who needs to face check? I guess the Shinzao. Might try and fight their way around this flank angle. Down that little corridor there we see. Val gets chunked really heavily there, actually. Wow. Jackie gonna go forward. He's got the Valkyrie. Frost bomb to scout. There's the public execution. Tidal wave! Monkey's bounced around, not quite dead into the backlash. Goes Zuian, completely tanking up everyone's carries. About to get burned out by Jackie. If they get that kill, the culling goes into the Crescent Guard. Cube with a Sterex and a Dream will be nothing. TN continues to run the three Talon Strike and a Titanic Hydra is enough for another knockup. And WE with all the setup in the world find nothing. Ocean Soul for top esports. They don't even lose a member. Baron is up. Guess where they're heading? Guess where they're heading? Really lovely public execution start. They force their way through the bushes. WE can't hold their lines. Monkey just doesn't get to do anything. Cube and Karis try to pounce and get 10% of Jackie's health bar, if that. He's still got Flash. He's still got Barrier. Cube then tries to help peel for his bot lane, but about sends the full culling into a Crescent Guard. Back to life. Baron's being started. It's going to get jumped on by Cream. Will likely die and does. Monkey's got a Grand Starfall. He can get into this pit. Is he going to bother? Karis is scouting. Here's that Starfall. Oh, it's a Hail Mary. He's just going to get burned out. Wait, it's quite low. Doesn't get the smite fight win. Does have the double smite. You know what? The fact that came down to a flip. A little bit dicey there, top esports. Don't know whether that needed to be the case. Either way, from 900 gold diff to 6,000. Medjai's for Cream. Oh, about... No. Rocket Belt brings low the Lucian. The weirding was so weird that Lucian just couldn't handle it. Twofold Hex. They need some wards and they need them now. A lot of turrets to pick up for top esports as well. They've only got the 2 outers. Cube's going to try and jump onto Feng Yue, who flashes away, survives. But now Cube might now be in danger. Public execution, tidal wave follows. And the chain is pretty nasty. Decent amount of healing with his Darkened Blade. Cream needs to leave. They're a little bit deep from him. Ran into a few too many members. But over comes Tien looking perhaps for a bit more. Monkey wins the smite fight on the Krugs. When becomes Lightning is out. Dusk and Dawn is done for Tien as well. All the while, Jackie's just in mid taking inhibitor turrets, by the way. There's so much gold to be gained. 3,500 gold power play already. Likely going to be more here, bluntly. Hex Optics done. Green Rocket Belts forwards. Looks for the weirding. Karis needs to back away. Hops back. Needs to be a bit aware of those passive autos. Ow! Loses the mirror image. This is looking pretty tough at this point. Nora's down to 10%. The Breath of Life. Goodbye. Cube just not tanky. The culling comes down and does nothing at all. It's the cuddling. Gives you a warm hug. Milio's warmer. Inhibitor turret number 2 under siege in this bot lane. Tien will join Zuian in taking that one. About chunked low by a weirding. Ow. At this point, WE, you need to find something now. But the public execution says instead top esports will find something now. Namely the Nexus turrets. Namely Cream of the Fountain. Diving for the laughs of it. But the most important prize they find is the Nexus. 2-0 for top esports. And WE had no answers to them in these dragon fights. None at all. One-sided as it gets. Look, WE, some good skirmishing. I think that game 1 in particular, we saw some ways back in, but the moment they had to group up and play as 5 around an objective, WE just don't have it. I think also Monkey had a tough day. Game 1 I had a little bit more sympathy for. The Lee Sin was tasked with getting to the Jin through hell and high water, and it was a bit much to get done. That game 2 though, that Pantheon was not it. There was some invades that, you know, that one skirmish around the Raptors, they went for that invade, you know, playable. But it goes wrong, and then from that point it felt very, very challenging. That bot lane gank went so awry as well. I don't know, Monkey not on it, and again, when he did fall behind, wasn't doing a fantastic job of stabilizing, you know? Some of the initial plays I had some sympathy for, you know, they go a little wrong, and so be it, that happens, but the fact that then felt like every play was just another death to the tally, not great, and that's not what we've come to expect from Monkey, who actually had a bit of a decent re-debut onto WE. They were pretty good last year, weren't they? Yeah. Monkey helped get them up to group percent in the first place, joined the team, and was pretty strong. They had the Taeyun Vampire bot lane with Monkey. It was a pretty fun, if somewhat limited teams in terms of what they could find success on in terms of comps. But hey, the victory was secured nonetheless. There we go. There we go. Hello, chat. My name's Initialise. I'm Nymaera's older brother. We stream LPL here pretty much every day of the week. So thank you for coming and joining us. Thank you for putting up with me today. I'm a little bit out of it, a little bit unwell. So thank you for coming and helping out nonetheless. I appreciate all of those who've turned up to come and support us here every day, all day. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subscriptions. And guys, if you haven't hit that follow button yet on YouTube, on Anivia, over on the Twitch channel, please do so. It's 2 seconds of your time. You know you want to know when we're going live for LPL. And then we had a load of raiders in from Akari as well. So for those of you who did come in there, please do consider following and helping us out on that journey towards 11,000 followers, which would be really, really awesome. We're not miles off at all. Thanks to the gift bombs as well. Been really, really generous. Exactly. There's been so much support today. So thank you for those of you who've done that. Really does help myself and Alex pay the bills, basically. Much love. Really, 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 really appreciate it. If you've not done so already, please do follow at InitializeCast and at Nymaera. In fact, I will do that right now. There's also a Ko-fi link if you want to donate that way. YouTubers who maybe are not as interested in subscribing on Twitch, we should also make use of. There we go. I'll turn the camera off briefly. So we can see all the stats and stuff, which is quite cool. We'll be able to pause this as well for a second or two until we get the interviews. Oh, the moment this play went wrong and Jackie got an insane amount of gold, it was kind of done, wasn't it? Jackie letting all his fans down by not managing a single death the whole series. I know, very unusual for him, isn't it? Had a great series, honestly. Very, very impressive. There's Jackie with MVP. KDA 29 across the series. Hot damn. Yeah, deserve it MVP. Deserve it MVP. We'll wait and see interviews and then find someone to raid you guys over to. Here comes that interview. Fabulous.
本场 BO3 的胜利，我们请到的是下的选手 Jackie Love 来到4号采访席，欢迎杰克跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Top ADG Call。
欢迎杰克。也谢谢所有来到我们西安主场的召唤师们。首先恭喜你们客场作战以2-0取胜。之前我看到杰克有在采访当中提到说，好像队伍现在在过了中期之后，稍微在边线容易给到机会。那这把打完，又觉得整体有一个改善吗？
就是今天比赛上的话，可能出现的事就比较少，然后觉得大家也都在，就是有就方向的在往这上面靠。我觉得今天大家做的都还不错。
而且今天也是大场小场的 MVP 都是尽收囊中啊！你觉得今天自己发挥怎么样呢？
还可以吧，就觉得队友给面子。
只是给面子。那我们来聊一下这个 BO3 好了。今天上来第一局，WE 其实锁到的中野组合是瑞兹加上盲僧，可能在他们这边的话是属于胜率比较高的一个英雄。那面对他们的一个前期攻势，你们大致的应对思路是怎样的呢？
觉得。瑞兹跟李青的话，因为他们就是需要前面打好节奏嘛，然后我觉得我们就前面防守一下，然后因为我们安妮加就是打野的话是一个打团的，所以说安妮皇子前面也算守住了吧，然后我们团战的发挥也都比较不错。
其实前面几次碰撞之后，稍微让瑞兹成长起来了一点点哦，可能让滔博这边在拉扯的难度上面会有所升级。不过，好像在第3条小龙团打赢之后，对方就频频的想在团战当中向你发难。我们来问一下龙魂那一波，你是怎么做到那么完美的一个处理的呢？
当时其实也一直在找对面瞎子位置嘛，因为觉得也只有他们想也只能靠他一脚，然后他也确实那波踹得很好，但是那波应该也是怎么说呢，就没死吧，就最重要的还是这样吧，然后那波就打赢。
团战画面是完全可圈可点的，而且看到很多朋友都说，当时的团战走位和一个输出的位置选择完全是艺术品。那第2局，我感觉优势基本上从下路开局那个2打3之后就已经尽数体现了，而且就是越滚越顺的一个雪球局嘛。你觉得这一把的话，整个团队可能做的最好的点是什么呢？
因为也研究过就 W 上把的比赛嘛，觉得他们打野是很能忍的，就是会花费时间去抓下路，然后。就第一波忍住了，然后我们杀完人之后，觉得就是已经赢下来了吧。
而且现在我们进入到新版本之后，可能大概有1周的时间了嘛，确实也是有比较多的改动，无论是英雄装备还是符文上，可能都有比较多的一些新鲜的东西。那作为 AD 选手来讲，你体感上觉得目前这个新版本带来最大的影响是什么呢？
其实，在下路来说的话，没有特别大的改动，但是可能在就是中野的优先级上的话，还是就改动比较大的。然后因为也是最近也一直都在两边跑嘛，然后就是我们可能也是在就边看边学，就边摸索的状态。
那如果让杰克来推荐，可能当前版本来讲上分比较好上分的一些 AD 英雄的话，你觉得是有哪几个呢？
下路的话就EZ 跟卢锡安嘛，一个是队友是人是鬼都能玩，另外一个是对线太厉害。
但是我感觉好像到最后都会有点变成看 ID， 你觉得这个说法有，至少在你身上应该是有这样的一个说法的吧？存在的吧？
我感觉还好。
但今天确实表现得很好，对不对，大家？今天其实还解锁了一个里程碑，就是你的队友 Cream 选手，他解锁了自己的第200个比赛日登场，但是同时也解锁了你和他的双人100个比赛日的登场。可以说，赛场的光阴里面有一半的时间都是你在陪伴他。你觉得一路以来他成长为怎样的一个中单选手呢？
就是因为第3轮我不在嘛，然后我觉得就今年就他，就可能他的心理变化是特别大的吧，然后觉得。现在就已经对我们队来说他是很重要的嘛，因为大部分时间就觉得需要他扛一下，然后觉得他就一直以来都打得很好。
那在这个舞台上面，波哥给他说2句吧。
就加油吧，你是最棒的。
最棒的，我们也给小奶油一点掌声好吗？恭喜他。现在应该也在后台听着的啊。最后一个问题，其实明天也是母亲节了，可能也平常训练比较多，很难跟妈妈可能说比较直接的一个交流。在舞台上有没有什么想对妈妈说的话呢？
就觉得她一直以来都很就辛苦吧，也很感谢她。然后就是有一句台词就是爱你老妈，明天见。
这句真的非常温暖，希望妈妈看到之后，当然今天下去之后还是给妈妈打个电话，我觉得应该也会让妈妈非常高兴的，也提前祝各位伟大的母亲们母亲节快乐！再次感谢你来到我们赛后采访的环节。那在本场的赛后采访结束之后，把时间给还到我们的解说席。
Well, thank you everyone for tuning in for today and joining us for another day of LPL. It was a fairly quick one today, 4-0, 2 2-0s in a row. Okay, I guess I'll wait around for player of the series, player of the match, because they'll... player of the game, player of the match, rather. Because they're just there. And thank you so much for the follow as well. Amberito, appreciate you. Appreciate everyone that's followed, appreciate all the subs today. Makaria, thanks so much for the raid earlier. I wasn't around for that one, but if anyone else is there, I appreciate that. Oh, we already had them? Oh, sorry, my bad then. We already had them? In that case, I will... oh, gosh, wow, they already did that. I guess they changed around the run of show. They tend to do an interview and then I missed that. Okay, well, I'm going to head off then. I'm going to radio over to someone. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. And if on Twitch, we'll find you some place to go watch as well. Tomorrow, we have Weibo NIP and JDGAL. That's a big one. So stop around for that, because that will be a match for effectively top 2. It's up there anyway. It's getting pretty close to that point where things are getting decided. Thanks for joining me, and we'll see you next time.